Gothenburg and Valentine, and then Broken Bow will come out on the mat. They'll wrestle against Gothenburg in duel number 2, and then in the final duel of the night, it'll be Valentine against Broken Bow. Again, great to have you with us for high school wrestling coverage. We're live on the radio on KCNI 96.3 FM. You're also hearing us on 1280 AM as well, but we do remind you that as we go through the evening in a couple of hours at around 7 o'clock, our 1280 AM transmitter will be signing off and leaving the air. So if you're listening to us on 1280 AM, we do remind you once we hit 7 o'clock, we'll have to sign off there due to FCC regulations, but we will continue on 96.3 FM and certainly on the web at kcni1280.com. And, of course, we're live video streaming tonight's matches as well, so we want you to pay close attention to those businesses that are streaming across your screen with the matches, and those are the businesses that are helping us with our live video streaming here tonight. Well, the guy who will do the bulk of the work for us tonight is Kurt Crawley. Coach, good to see you.
Hey, it's great to be here, Brent. It's always fun to come up here, and always know you'll get into some good wrestling when Broken Bow and Valentine and Gothenburg over the years has had some good kids in here too, so should be a fun night.
Well, I think that, we've been doing this for several years now, I think, as far as this triangular is concerned. We always have a lot of fun covering it. And as you mentioned, Gothenburg brings some good wrestlers to the table. You've got Valentine certainly bringing some good wrestlers to the table. And for those who follow Broken Bow in Custer County, you know that Broken Bow has a very solid team again this year. Over the years, Kirk, that duel between Valentine and Broken Bow has certainly been one of the marquee duels across the state for the past few years. And this year, Valentine certainly looks a little bit different than maybe they have in a couple of the years past, as some of their, well, we'll just call them big studs, graduated and have moved on. But for Valentine, one kid that they have coming back is Chris Williams at 126 pounds. We're anticipating to see him against Cyrus Wells of Broken Bow later tonight at 126. Cyrus is ranked number 3 in Class B at that weight class in the latest rankings put out by AnyWrestle.com. Meanwhile, you have Chris Williams. And boy, we remember those battles he had with Casey Falkenberry last year, which are so fun to run through our memory and remember those from a year ago. But he's a state champion. He was last year's state runner-up. He's ranked number 1 in Class C at his weight class. That could be certainly a marquee match of the night that we'll be watching for.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Chris Williams for Valentine, 2 state championships, was second last year in that just fantastic match with Falkenberry in the finals. Cyrus Wells coming in with the second place last year, not wrestling for Broken Bow, but did pick up second place. And if you remember, that was a great match in the finals with Marshall from Mullen.
Mm-hmm.
And so those two guys, they'll provide a lot of fireworks. And I look for fireworks along the line. Maybe not quite as often as what we've seen of Valentine, as we've said, not quite as deep as they've been. Broken Bow, they're pretty deep right now. So,
yeah.
Just looking at depth, Broken Bow right now benefits from that over the other 2 teams we'll see tonight.
Broken Bow's had a very good dual season. Boy, we go back to last weekend where they went to David City. Huge duel against David City High that went to a tie break. Broken Bow won it because there were no forfeits. They were able to fill all the weight classes. David City, I think, was open at 195, and that's how Broken Bow won the duel in the tie break. And then they went up against Aquinas a couple of times. For those who follow wrestling, you know that Aquinas is certainly one of the best in the state, especially in Class C, and they are extremely deep when it comes to dual competition. So those are a couple of losses for Broken Bow in duels. They lost to North Platte High, who has a great team in a duel. But overall, Broken Bow has put together a very good dual season.
Yeah, a really solid team, and that's what it takes. It takes depth to have a good dual team. Gives you a chance to, if you need to move your lineup around, which Broken Bow really hasn't done much of. They've pretty much said, we're rolling you out, and you're going to wrestle where you want. But what it really does, when you've got kids in each weight class, it keeps the other guy from moving his lineup around.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that everybody has to stay pretty constant there. And as you said, Broken Bow has a couple dual losses this year to Aquinas Catholic, which in Class C, they've got to be the odds-on favorite right now. And North Platte, that loss over there, in a good dual. Those were all good duels.
Yeah.
North Platte, a top-ranked A team.
Meanwhile, you look at Gothenburg. You've known Coach Scott, I know, for a long time. I think I saw the two of you visiting before we got started here tonight. They're going to bring some kids to the table who might be a little bit young, but are learning the sport and continuing to grow.
Yeah, and they've got some state qualifiers back. Abe Mendez, the 132-pound state qualifier last year for Gothenburg. Riley Baker at 160 pounds last year was a state qualifier, and the 285-pounder Ethan Leibeck, he too was a state qualifier. So they're not without guys with some state tournament experience. No medals in that group, but they have numbers. They have a lot of kids out for wrestling and good numbers there. So, their program right now, you just got some youth and you're bringing some kids along.
I know this is a crazy question to ask you, but you excited about tonight?
Oh yeah, this will be. It's well worth the drive up here and the wind-blown drive and.
Man, my arms are still aching from trying to hang on to the steering wheel coming up here.
Well, we talked to a higher authority a couple of times, and you made it up here in good shape.
Yes,
so
praise the Lord.
We appreciate that. But this will be a fun night tonight.
All right, again, we do have some matches going on, but these are junior varsity matches, so we're going to just kind of continue with, I guess, your pre-match visit, as we would call it. We're going to hear from some of our fine sponsors. We're going to start the Gothenburg Valentine duel, by the way, at 126 pounds. That's where we're going to start tonight. And so we'll be bringing the matches to you live on the radio, and you can view them on our live video stream as well, along with our radio call. And you can access the video stream if you're just tuning in. Access it on Sandhills Express Facebook page. You can access it on the KCNI KBBN YouTube page, and you can also access it on our Twitter feed at KBBN Sports. All right, we got another match coming out onto the mat. I'm going to kind of just keep it here for a moment, and we'll have Kirk watch. Sometimes it's hard to tell, are we sending more JVs out, or are we going to start the varsity? And so we'll just kind of keep a close ear on the PA announcer and watch the things happening at the scores table as the wrestlers come in to check in.
I think this match will be a JV match coming up here.
All right. Well, with that said, we're going to step away. We'll take a break. We'll hear from some of our fine sponsors, and we'll continue with more coverage of high school wrestling on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Bankers, they're your neighbors. Whether it's financing your first home or navigating the unprecedented times of a pandemic, they're there for you. With state-of-the-art technology, you get big bank benefits from local people who care. And as your local community bank, your deposits are invested back into the community. If you're not their customer, they'd love to have a chance to show you what you've been missing. With locations in Ansley, Brady, and Gothenburg, Flatwater Bank is still pioneering. Member FDIC.
Peterson Supermarket in downtown Gothenburg has been family-owned for almost 70 years. In that time, they prided themselves as being the friendly store, putting their customers first and always striving to make their shopping experience more enjoyable by either carrying out customers' groceries or placing special orders. They are also proud sponsors of the Gothenburg community and the surrounding areas because they believe community is important. At Peterson Supermarket in Gothenburg, they hope to see you in the aisles.
Some people just have a knack for being there when you need them the most. Like your third grade classmate who sticks up for you against that bully. The neighbor who gives you a jump start. And the friend who chases away that flock of geese at your outdoor wedding. Your State Farm agent has your back too, through good times and the not so good. And who's got your agent's back? State Farm, the company people have trusted for more than 90 years. We're here to help life go right.
Talk to Donna Cahill with State Farm in Broken Bow or Gothenburg.
Broken Bow Livestock and Burwell Livestock provide cattle producers a place to buy and sell their livestock. When you're needing to market or purchase, call Drew Gaffney or Justin French at 872-3334. They're proud of their personalized customer service coupled with competitive livestock marketing. Give Drew or Justin a call with your questions at 872-3334. They look forward to making cattle auctions a breeze for you. Good luck to these student athletes from Broken Bow and Burwell Livestock.
Young's DiscountWesternwear.com's January blowout sale is going to be extended through February. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not fake news. It's going to happen. 10% off all products at DiscountWesternwear.com and free shipping to all our Continental USA customers. So, men, order Mrs. Sugar Pumpkin Pie Lips. That's something special for Valentine's Day. On what? Doesn't everybody have a nickname for their wife? And get it from the purveyor of all things cowboy, DiscountWesternwear.com.
Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
And again, we come back to Valentine. Brent Apperson and Kurt Crawley here with you, getting close to the start of the varsity competition of our duel between Gothenburg and Valentine. Second duel of the day will be Broken Bow against Gothenburg, and then we'll conclude with the duel between Valentine and Broken Bow. We've got all the varsity matches for you live tonight on KCNI Radio and, of course, on our live video stream as well. A couple of JV matches going on right now out on the Valentine Badger mat. So when those have concluded, we move into the varsity. We'll start our play-by-play coverage for you. In the meantime, gives us an opportunity to visit with Coach Crawley a little bit more as we really start to enter into the exciting part of the season, Kirk. I mean, wow, Southwest Conference. Well, I think we can talk about that. All 3 of these teams are involved in the Southwest Conference. The meet was originally scheduled for February 5th, I believe, but that ends up being the day now before sub-districts. Of course, we have the change in the format. February 6th was going to be the day of the state duels. But unfortunately, because of the COVID situation, it was ruled by the Nebraska School Activities Association that to kind of decrease the numbers a little bit for districts so that there's not so many people in the gym and in the building all at the same time, they've divided the districts up in classes B, C, and D, and they have split them into sub-districts. So now you're going to have a sub-district tournament on February 6th, and then you will use that sub-district to see who the top 4 are in the weight class that advance out and wrestle in the district coming up on February the 13th. So because of that, they have now moved Southwest Conference to January 23rd, which is a week from Saturday. That's hard to believe.
Yeah.
We're a week away, basically, from Southwest Conference. But these 3 teams will be involved in that. And it is just an exciting time of the year. As a coach, Kirk, where are you wanting to see your wrestlers at this moment? I mean, what are you looking for now as a coach as you now start to get to conference, districts, and then, of course, the state tournament later in February?
Well, obviously, that's the time you want to peak, and that's when you want to eliminate mistakes you've made. You want to be in your top physical condition, and this year these guys have had to deal with things that nobody's had to deal with before, and you want to keep your routines. You want to kids, if you've got some kids that have cut some weight, they should be comfortable where they're wrestling now. That shouldn't be something that wears on their mind. And the main thing is get into that conference tournament, peak there, get yourself going, and then take that momentum you've built, leapfrog into the subs in the district the next 2 weeks.
I don't think there's any question that there are certainly some schools that, have built deep teams and are made for duels. And we have seen the progression of the state duel tournament really turn into something special. And I think that it certainly, there's a disappointment, and rightfully so, I think, that we're not going to get to see the state duel tournament this year. But you definitely understand the situation with COVID, and the bottom line is we're wrestling.
Yeah, you said a mouthful right there. The fact that we're still competing and the kids still have the opportunity to be out on the mat, and you don't want to jeopardize that. And you're right, the state duels have progressed, and we've seen some great state duel. Broken Bow's been really involved in that. Well, Valentine as well.
Yeah, Valentine is a state duel team champion.
Right.
1 year, Broken Bow back-to-back years were state duel champions. So, two of these schools certainly know what that dual tournament's about.
And as a former coach, I always loved the dual format because there's some strategy involved there, and it's also great for people coming in to watch their team wrestle that may be not quite as avid of a wrestling fan as, say, somebody rabid like myself that'll watch wrestling like tomorrow night I'm ready to watch Nebraska and Iowa go. So, for the common, just the run-of-the-mill fan, sitting down, watching your team compete and knowing every person that steps out there for 14 weight classes, that's a big plus. And I commend the state for recognizing that and doing that dual format. And as you said, I get it. I understand why it's not happening this year, but we are wrestling, and that's the important part for these kids.
And then, of course, you have the changes to the state tournament. It's going to be a 4-day event now instead of a 3-day event. You'll have classes A and D wrestling on Wednesday and Thursday of the week, and then B and C will wrestle on Friday and Saturday. So again, you're splitting things up, trying to avoid the larger crowd, whether it be attendance or just whether it be wrestlers coming in and getting ready for the state tournament. You're diminishing the numbers to hopefully create a safer atmosphere in regards to the COVID-19 situation. The one thing about it, though, you do miss now the Friday night that I know you and I just think is one of the greatest nights in Nebraska high school sports when all 4 classes are involved. You've got the semifinals going on in every class. You have kids wrestling in the heartbreak round, trying to keep their season going to wrestle for a medal on Saturday. That'll be the excitement of that will be diminished a little bit, but still the excitement overall of the tournament will be there, just extended now to a 4-day event.
Right, and again, the procedures put in place, you have to keep in mind that's to continue wrestling and to allow all kids to keep involved in that and to be in as safe of environment as they possibly can. But you're right, missing all that electricity on Friday night is going to be a different feel, but hopefully it's a different feel for a year. We can get through things and look forward to that coming back then the next year.
And I would think, Kirk, it's going to be interesting to see how things play out with the new format because, I mean, this is new. The kids are used to that 3 days. They're kind of used to when you're going to wrestle, when you got to come back, when you got to be ready. That's all going to get changed a little bit. And I would think that's really something you can't necessarily prepare for, can you, as a wrestler and as a coach?
Well, honestly, the kids will probably adjust to it easier than somebody like me that's used to seeing the same thing. The kids, they wrestle in different tournaments in season, out of season, that look a little bit different. But you're right, and for some of these kids that'll go down there and wrestle, it'll be their first experience.
Right.
So if they
won't know better, will
they? They'll just get into it. Kids are pretty flexible. So I think they'll be okay with that. But yeah, there'll be some apprehension, especially on the coaches' sides of what time do I need to be here and but you got to remember everybody's in the same boat.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting, and who knows? As we've seen in other aspects with this COVID situation with society, some procedural things may change that they go, oh, hey, that wasn't a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
All right, another JV match taking place right now between Valentine and Gothenburg. It is kind of starting to come toward the end a little bit, about ready to enter the final period. And so when it is done, we'll see if we move into the varsity competition, and we'll start calling the matches or letting Kirk call the match for you as it happens here tonight. We'll step away. We'll take another break. We'll continue with more from here in Valentine after these words.
Is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on the road quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Our staff at the Grocery Cart is proud to help bring you this sports broadcast featuring some amazing student athletes. At the Grocery Cart, we turn on the lights and unlock our doors every day, ready to serve you with a smile and helpfulness unmatched. We work hard to offer you great prices. Visit us online at thegkbrokenbow.com or 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. at the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
When you want the very best, go see Trotter, where you'll always get more for your dollar. We're your little friendly store, and we're right next door. That's what we're here for. Go see Trotter.
Trotter Service is your #1 partner in keeping your operation running smoothly. Whether you need a new battery, brakes, an alignment, or any other repair, they have a specialist that'll get it done right. Can't get away from the farm or ranch? They offer bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to work with the farmers and ranchers of the area. Trotter's Tire Pros. West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Ready or not, here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Meade Lumber in Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Meade Lumber in Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
Whether it's an install, repair, or expansion, when it comes to your lawn looking its best because of a sprinkler system, call A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. Get rid of the time and stress of needing to remember to water. Investing in a sprinkler system saves you money in the long run and ups your home's value too. Sprinklers water consistently and evenly, so you don't have to try to. Have a system but want to cover more of your yard? They can help. Call A to Z Lawn today, 872-5182.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squire Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
And again, we bring it back to Valentine High School, side of this wrestling triangular involving Valentine, Gothenburg, and Broken Bow. Our first duel of the night will be Valentine against Gothenburg. Then Broken Bow will take on the Swedes, and we'll conclude with Valentine and Broken Bow in our final duel of the night. The two teams are coming out. They'll be introduced. We'll have the face-off, and then we'll start to wrestle. Again, our varsity duel between Valentine and Gothenburg going to start at 126 pounds. We want to take a moment before the action starts to once again say thanks to our wonderful list of sponsors who are helping us out with our broadcast tonight. Again, we're live on the radio, KCNI 96.3 FM. We're live on KCNI 1280 AM until 7 o'clock, and then our AM transmitter will have to sign off at 7 due to FCC regulations. So if you're listening to us on 1280 AM, please take note of that. Then at 7 o'clock, you can flip over to 96.3 FM, or if you're out of range of it, we're live on the web at kcni1280.com. You can also view the action tonight. Kurt Crowley will have his call along with our live video stream, and you can watch it on our social media platforms, including Sand Hills Express Facebook page, also our KCNI KBBN YouTube page, and we're on Twitter at KBBN Sports. Take a moment to say thanks to our radio sponsors tonight. Helping us with our radio coverage are Geared for Sports, Tumbleweed Cafe, First State Bank in Gothenburg, BD Broken Bow, Trotter Fertilizer Broken Bow, Duda Plumbing, Sargent Irrigation, Flatwater Bank, Peterson's Supermarket, State Farm Insurance, Donna Cahill, your local agent, Broken Bow Livestock, Drew Gaffney and Justin French. Also helping us with our radio coverage, Young's Western Wear in Valentine, Nebraska State Bank, Rod's Body and Paint, Grocery Cart, Custer Federal State Bank, Trotter Service, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Service, Arrow Seed, Team Physical Therapy, and Agland ATV. Also, we want to say thanks to those businesses that you'll be seeing flashing across the screen tonight if you're watching our live video stream. Helping us with our video coverage tonight, Geared for Sports, BD Broken Bow, Trotter Fertilizer and Broken Bow. Also, Duda Plumbing, Sargent Irrigation, Flatwater Bank, Peterson's Supermarket, State Farm Insurance, Donna Cahill, Broken Bow Livestock, Drew Gaffney and Justin French, Young's Western Wear right here in Valentine, Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, and Agland ATV. Also helping us with our video coverage tonight, Mead Lumber, Palmer Monument, Insurance of the Heartland, Viero Wireless, Triple Blast Boutique, Connie Ulmer Accounting, Dairy Queen and Broken Bow, Pony Express Chevrolet, and Gothenburg Realty. Also want to say thanks to Gavin Higgins. He's helping us out tonight. Gavin is on the video portion. Gavin, can you reach in front of the camera? Wave to everybody. There he is. You see his hand, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin Higgins helping us with our video here tonight, running the camera for us. Kurt Crowley is alongside. We're just about ready to go with our opening match. It's coming up at 126 pounds. Again, this is our opening duel of the night. Gothenburg against Valentine. And then tomorrow, or not tomorrow, later tonight in number 2. It's been a long week for me, so just bear with me. Our second duel is going to feature Gothenburg and Broken Bow, and then Broken Bow and Valentine will conclude things. I think it's time to turn it over to Kirk, maybe for the rest of the night. Here's the coach to call it for you as we start at 126 pounds.
And we're just underway at 126 pounds. If you're from Valentine, that's a great place to start a duel. You get to put Chris Williams, a 3-time state finalist, 2-time state champ, runner-up last year, out on the mat, and Chris already has his takedown. His opponent, Carson Stevens of Gothenburg, the sophomore from Gothenburg, takes a shot in low on a single. Williams comes around. He secures the takedown, slips in the left-hand half. And it looks like he's got 2 points coming. There they are, awarded by Mr. Tony Denke, our official tonight. So you have a 6-1 score. Chris Williams of Valentine leading here in the first period. Williams cuts Carson Stevens loose. Wrestler's right in the middle of this 10-foot circle. If you're not watching this live, wrestling on this red mat with the badger head in the middle, under the spotlight. There's another takedown by Williams, trying to take Stevens directly to his back. Carson able to avoid that. Another escape by Stevens. So we have an 8-3 score. About 45 seconds to go here in the first period. Stevens up top with Williams now. Williams stepping in on an inside trip and drops down on the leg. Pressures forward, gets another 2-point takedown. Earning back points. Two more near fall, Chris Williams. Chris extends his lead out to a 12-3 score. 15 seconds to go here in the first period. Williams now trying to get a tilt, and there's the count. He's picking up more back points as we finish out this first period. And this is just a tough matchup for Carson Stevens of Gothenburg. And that's the end of the first period with Chris Williams with that 15-3 lead. So you can see Williams tough on his feet, able to take his opponent directly to his back, and it looks like Carson Stevens has his choice here in the second period, and Carson's going to take the top position. Williams quickly out. Williams now drops in, hits a twister. There's your 2 reversal. Here's your near fall. No near fall. There's your fall. So Chris Williams able to secure the fall early in the second period. Your winner at 126 pounds for the Badgers, Chris Williams.
Of course, when we come into a duel, Kirk, we always look at bonus points. And for those who may not be all that familiar with the sport of wrestling, you get bonus points if you go beyond just a simple decision like Williams there gets the win by fall, so you get 6 points for the win. Those are so critical. Those bonus points are huge in a duel format.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll hear us talk about this throughout the night. It's also important on the other end if you can avoid a major decision, which is an 8-point spread. If you can avoid that and only give up, say, 3 instead of 4 or a fall of 6. And now out on the mat we have Cody Miller of Valentine. He's a junior with a 9-5 record, and he is wrestling Gothenburg's Austin Chestnut, sophomore, with an 8-18 record. This match just underway. Miller able to get his takedown here. 30 seconds into the bout. Miller with the 2-0 lead. And if you can fill up weights, Brent, you know, we talked about not giving up those forfeits, because forfeits are viewed just like a fall. If you've got a guy in a weight and I don't, that's 6 points for you. So it all comes around. Coming down to about a minute to go in the first period, and there Miller just cranks Austin Chestnut over. Chestnut fighting underneath, squares up, doesn't give up any back points. Now Chestnut's in on the leg, but he's flattened out. Miller's got that front quarter in, and he's just cranking on the head. Chestnut now off the leg. We'll see if Austin can get himself out of this situation in the next 40 seconds. 2-point near fall, Cody Miller. It's a 4-0 lead, Valentine's Cody Miller. 30 seconds to go here in the first period, 132 pounds. Miller now trying to work a thread. He's got the hammer, which means he's got the arm on the back, and he's come underneath the other armpit. This is going to be pretty tight. Attacks the head, 15 seconds. We'll see if Chestnut's able to survive this. It's pretty tight. Miller working hard for this fall for the Badgers. Austin Miller of Valentine able to secure the fall in 1:55. So the Valentine Badgers pick up another 6 points for the team and lead 12-0 after 2 weights.
You know, you've seen Valentine for years, Kirk, and what Miller just did, boy, the Badgers are so good at doing that, being able to walk over, get a guy on their back, solidify it, and then get a pin.
Yeah, and the Valentine wrestlers are always good at, and most good wrestlers are good at, going from one thing to another. If you're an opponent and they're working on you, if something doesn't work out, you can't catch your breath because, boom, they're right back in it. So he moved to 138 pounds, and this is Ashton Lurs of Valentine, and his opponent is Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. Now, these are 2 guys that were at the state tournament last year, so this has potential to be a pretty good match here. Just 15 seconds into the match, and there's a shot by Lurs, fended off by Mendez. Wrestlers right along the edge. There's the fireman's carry by Mendez. He comes in, gets a good shot, but he's not able to pop his head. We'll see if he can step the leg, see if he can get this finished. Lurs has dropped down trying to create a scramble. Mendez now drops in on the single, but he's flat. Lurs is trying to get his hips up, and we go out of bounds. So a good scramble there. Ashton Lurs of Valentine doing a good job of fending off a really nice fireman shot by Mendez of Gothenburg. So we're back to the center. 1:10 to go here in the first period. There's another shot by Lurs, not able to get in. Mendez now comes underneath on a little duck. Lurs able to fend that off. So we've had a lot of action, no scoring in this first minute of wrestling at 138 pounds. Lurs now trying to pop the head a little bit. Mendez trying to sink his hips in. He goes in on the double. We'll see if he can sink him in and get it. Lurs does a good job of fending that off. Mendez underneath again. Lurs comes up on the head, misses the headlock. Mendez comes around the side, no score. 30 seconds to go, first period. There's a low shot by Lurs right along the edge, and he's able to finish that. So the first points of the match scored by Ashton Lurs, the sophomore of Valentine. Coming in here with a 16-5 record. Abe Mendez of Gothenburg gets himself set, and here we go. 25 seconds to go, 2-0 lead, Lurs of Valentine. Mendez scrambles up to his feet, Lurs follows, we go off the edge of the mat. We'll get a restart with 19 seconds to go. You gotta like Abe Mendez's body language. He hustled right back in, got himself set. He's trying to score here before this period's out. Lurs knotted up, just clinging. Able to get Mendez back to the mat. Under 10 seconds to go. Mendez back up to his base. Lurs takes a peek at the clock. Mendez hips in. He's elevating the leg. No points have been given up yet. There's a 2. 2 reversal right at the end of the period. Mendez scores the 2, ties the match up. And this match has had a lot of scramble, a lot of activity.
Amazing what can happen in 2 seconds, huh?
Yeah, exactly. and you'll hear me say this. You've heard me say this a lot. But, you know, when you score like that, nobody can answer that.
Yeah.
And so now we got a 2-2 tie. Mendez is on top here in the second period. Valentine's Lurs on the bottom. Second period underway. Lurs holding his base in the middle. Sits out. Mendez comes back around. He's riding that left side. Lurs quickly up to his feet now. He's trying to peel hands. Mendez has the near arm trapped. Able to get a trip. Returns Lurs to the mat. Lurs up on a base. Trying to protect that arm. Now Mendez is coming up underneath. He's got a pump handle. And he's trying to get that arm hooked. Lurs is doing a good job of not letting that elbow get exposed. Mendez would like to get it elevated, set him in his lap, and look for a cheap tilt. But now he's gone to a right-hand half. He's trapped the inside arm. Lurs back up to his base. He's got his arms free on the pump handle. And Mendez now is way out front. We'll see what happens here. Lurs tries to move his hips, comes up to his feet, right along the edge. Mendez trying to work a trip. Now drops down on the single. We go out of bounds. 55 seconds to go in the second period. It's still a 2-2 score. Ashton Lurs not able to score here in the second period. Lurs took the bottom position. Hasn't been able to score. He's got about 55 seconds to try to score. There, Lurs quickly to his feet, turns in, but Mendez returns him quickly to the mat. Wrestlers right along the 10-foot circle, right underneath the spotlight. Mendez drops down on the wrist. Lurs sits out. Comes up to his feet. We'll see if Ashton can score here on his feet. Mendez does a nice job with the return. Keeps the arm. Now he's got the hammer here. We'll see if he's able to do anything with that. Lurs trying to keep hand control on the right side, keeping Mendez from coming underneath. We'll see if Abe's able to do anything. Try to get a little cheap tilt. He's got that hooked underneath. If you can get that left knee up in on the kidney and get him pried up. He's getting a little loose now, and there comes Lurs out, and Lurs goes right into putting Mendez on his back. So 2 reversal have been awarded, and he's going to get some back points here as we wind this period down. And the 3 make it a 7-2 score. We went from 2-2 to 7-2 in just 5 seconds there.
And that's how quickly things can happen.
Well, and you could see that Mendez got a little loose on his hip position, wasn't able to get him elevated. Lurs was patient, able to pop out, put him right to his back. All right, so Abe Mendez of Gothenburg trailing by 5 going into the third period. He takes the bottom position. Lurs now coming across. He's got cradle hooked up. We'll see if Ashton's able to do anything with that, and there he does, a suicide cradle. He's got Mendez exposed, and there's 2 more back, so it's now 9-2. Abe's got his head down on the mat, and he's going to have to get going here. 9-2, 1:35 to go in the match. Lurs using that length to his advantage. There's a pod by Mendez, but Lurs throws both boots in, arching out over the back. And Abe's got his hips up, but his head's down on the mat. Lurs has got both legs in. He's got a right hand half in, putting a lot of pressure on that back, and also killing the clock with that 9-2 lead. Now, if you're Ashton, you'd like to pick up some more points here because right now it's a 7-point spread. And there's the stalemate by Tony Denke, the official, which simply says not enough action. We're going to go back and get a restart. So 1:11 to go in the match. Abe Mendez trailing 9-2 to Valentine's Ashton Lurs. Mendez up on his table. Lurs digging in those boots. He's got control of the wrist underneath. He's got both boots in. We just went under a minute to go in the match. Lurs looks like he might be a little high, but he's back behind both pits. He's got his back arched, and he's in good shape there. You can see him kind of settle back in the saddle. And we've got another stalemate by Mr. Denke. So with 43 seconds to go, it's still a 9-2 lead. Abe Mendez is going to have to do something a little different here off the whistle because what he's done hasn't gotten him out from underneath, and Lurs just simply puts those boots in. There, Abe gets up to his feet. But again, Lurs kind of sets him down in his saddle, pulls him down in his lap, able to slip in that left leg. So now the crossbody, now Lurs is kind of looking for the cradle over the top. 25 seconds to go, and there it is. And these are big points team-wise as we talk about, Brent, because this is going to send that up over that 8-point spread, which is a major decision, which will give Valentine another 4 points instead of just the normal 3 for the decision win. And you can see Lurs look over at the clock. He knows exactly where he's at. He'd like to get the pin, but he's probably not going to get the pin here, but he'll be glad to have that major decision. And here it is. Ashton Lurs with a really nice job on top in that third period. Scores another 3, and he's a 12-2 winner, major decision winner for Valentine.
So that will extend the lead out for Valentine in this duel as they win the opening 4 matches. They get 6 points to start the duel as Chris Williams won by fall over Carson Stevens of Gothenburg. Then at 132 pounds, Cody Miller winning by fall over Austin Chestnut. And now the major decision for Ashton Lurs of Valentine over Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. So Valentine with the lead here as we go to the 4th match of duel number 1.
And now out on the mat, Valentine's Cameron Jordan. He's a junior. He has a record of 8 wins, 7 losses. And he is wrestling Gothenburg's Ty Hotz, a junior. And Ty's record 12-11. So on paper, these guys are very similar. We've got a couple 145-pounders here. Both these guys are in that junior class, and they're both one match over 500. So this has the potential to be a pretty good match here. We're just underway here. No scoring. Wrestler's right along the edge. Hotz of Gothenburg with his back to the edge. Gothenburg with that maroon uniform, the white on the back. Valentine's gone with a gray uniform, red and white stripe down the side, and then that traditional badger paw scratching through on the back. Now we'll see if Cameron Jordan can come around here. He's in position to score 2, but he can't quite hustle his hips around. He's down on the ankle. He's trying to get around and get things covered, and there he does. Cameron Jordan of Valentine able to pick up the 2 points with 40 seconds to go in the first period, and those are the first points of the match. Hotz of Gothenburg now flat. Ty's got his elbows out wide, which makes it easy for, you could see Jordan coming in underneath there. He's picking up those wrists. When you've got those wrists in, your elbows wide, people can slip in and get those wrists controlled, and that's exactly what Jordan's done here. We'll see if Ty's able to get his hips up and get himself built up. He's trying to work those hands off the wrist. Ooh, there's a crossface that'll kind of check your dental plan for another year. Hott's able to get up to his base now. 5 seconds, though. And Jordan now just kind of covering, and he's going to milk that period out. And Cameron Jordan gets the takedown, and that's the only point so far in the match. He leads it 2-0 for Valentine. Choice goes to Hotz. Oh, no, excuse me. I believe the choice goes to Valentine, and I believe Cameron took that top position. He's taking the neutral position, and here we go. We're underway. Cam Jordan in the neutral spot. So Cameron got the takedown in that first period. We'll see if he's able to come back and pick up another takedown here. Jordan with that left foot lead. There's a shot by Hotz, but he doesn't get much penetration, and now he's kind of long. He's got that long right arm. Jordan stops the shot. Now working on the heads, covering the head. We'll see if Hotz is able to come up there. His coach is telling him, get up to your feet, and he does that. Good job there by Hotz coming out of that position. Jordan again taking a couple feint shots with that left foot lead. Wrestlers head to head. Jordan paused at the head a little bit. Coming down to about a minute to go in the second period. Valentine's Cameron Jordan leading this bout 2-0. Now Cameron took the neutral here, so he's wanting to get the takedown. Ty Hotz of Gothenburg working on the front head, right along the edge of the mat. He's trying to put his head in the well and come around the corner, but we're going to wind up out of bounds, and that's what happens. So the wrestlers move back to the center of the circle. 2-0 lead for Cameron Jordan. 45 seconds to go in the first period. Cameron Jordan, there's a nice double leg shot by Hotz. Catches Jordan on the reach, and Hotz is the one that scores here. So Ty Hotz has tied this match up at 2 apiece. Each wrestler with the takedown. Cameron Jordan with the takedown the first period. Ty Hotz with the takedown in the second. Ty laces in a left leg. 25 seconds to go here in the second period. Jordan now flattened out underneath. Hotz with his left arm across the back of the head, and it looked like maybe he wanted to try to work a little power half action. We're about down to 10 seconds. And Mr. Denke's going to call a stalemate with 9 seconds to go here in the second period. So Cameron Jordan of Valentine coming back. He'll be in the bottom spot. And Ty Hotz trying to finish the period in the top position with the score 2-2. Jordan trying to pod up, and Hotz runs him forward a little bit, trying to bring in the near side arm. We're going to end this second period with a 2-2 score. Now choice, I believe, goes to Hotz. And he's going to go down. So 2-2. Hotz likes his ability to score off the bottom here. And it looks like we got a caution on Hotz. No points awarded here, just the first caution. We'll get things started. Now we get a caution on Jordan, as he did in Mr. Denke's. He's kind of talking to the wrestlers now. Just settle down. You got to wait for me to signal you to get on. And now we're underway. Hotz quickly to his feet, and he's able to get out of that. So it's now a 3-2 score. I think Jordan likes his position on his feet, even though he was taken down in the second period. I think Cameron Jordan feels like he can get a takedown here. He didn't fight that escape too hard. A takedown would put him ahead. But right now, Ty Hotz of Gothenburg with the 3-2 lead. Minute 30 to go. There's the shot in by Jordan. Jordan in on the single. He's got Hotz up. We'll see if he's able to come through and score. Hotz is trying to control an ankle underneath. Jordan tries to dump him. We're right along the edge, and we're out of bounds. So it was a nice shot. Jordan came in, just couldn't quite get it finished. A minute 20 to go. Ty Hotz of Gothenburg with the 3-2 lead here as the wrestlers are in the neutral. Pine by Hotz. Jordan drops down on the leg. We'll see if he's able to come on around. He steps the leg. Now he's got the single up. Wrestlers right along the edge. Hotz is just clinging to the head, but Jordan dumps him, and we're out of bounds. Mr. Denke right along that out of bounds line. Had the best position in the house for it. So we come back. We're still in the neutral. Just under a minute to go in this match. 3-2 lead for Gothenburg's Ty Hotz. Wrestlers head to head, right along the edge of the 10-foot circle. Jordan controlling the left wrist. Jordan, we'll see if he'll paw, and then come back underneath on a shot. Hotz takes a look at the clock with 35 seconds to go. Ty shoots in on a double. And has a nice shot by Ty Hotz, and he gets the takedown. Again, the way he scored the same takedown in that second period. Jordan tried to reach. Hotz shot that double leg underneath, and it's now a 5-2 lead for Gothenburg's Ty Hotz. Wrestlers right along the out of bounds there. Jordan trying to come up to his base. Hotz running him forward, controlling the wrist underneath. See Coach Allison there on the edge of the mat, encouraging his wrestler. Looks like we got a warning for stalling on Hotz, which shouldn't shake Ty up too much. He's got a 3-point lead. Warning doesn't cost him any points. So we'll come back on the restart. 6 seconds to go, and if you're Ty Hotz, you got to kind of know where you're at in the match. You've got a 5-2 lead. Good solid ride, good position here. He wants to finish the match on top, and he flattens Jordan out. Cameron's not going to be able to score out from underneath, and Gothenburg is going to pick up their first win in this duel as Ty Hotz comes away with a 5-2 decision.
So a good win for Hotz of Gothenburg as Ty Hotz gets the win by decision. That'll be 3 points for the Swedes. So now your score in the duel after 4 matches is Valentine 6 and Gothenburg 3. As we now get ready to move up to 152 pounds. Again, we're in our opening duel of the triangular. Gothenburg and Valentine. Up next, it'll be Gothenburg and Broken Bow. And then Broken Bow and Valentine will conclude things here tonight. So we got the 152-pounders out on the mat. And to call it once again, here's Kirk.
All right, we were just getting underway here at 152 pounds. Trying to get a couple names here. As Brent said, Valentine leading 16-3 in the duel. And this is Caden Wenig, the sophomore for Valentine, and his opponent, Jamison Smith, a junior from Gothenburg. Smith with a 12-8 record coming in. Wenig with an 11-8 record coming in. So again, we've got a couple guys here that on paper look very similar, and we've had these kind of pairings and had some really good matches tonight. So looks like we got an official timeout at 1:12. The wrestlers come in, get started up again. So Caden Wenig, the sophomore for Valentine, wrestling Jamison Smith, the junior for Gothenburg. Both these guys are pretty solidly built. You can see Wenig, he's got big thighs. Thick-built guy. There's a nice shot by Jamison Smith of Gothenburg in on the double leg, and he's kind of crawling up the tree, and there he goes. Gets his 2 points, and it's a lead for Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. 2-0 lead. In on that double leg. Good penetration, just stuck with it. Pulled himself up the rope, and there he goes. Scores. 30 seconds to go. Smith working on top. Wenig is up in his base position. Smith scrub hills that near side, elevates the leg with his foot. Wenig flat right along the edge of the mat. Wenig able to get up onto his table, but hasn't been able to do much after that. Wrestlers now heading out of bounds, and there it is. Mr. Denke signals the out of bounds. We'll come back in on a restart with 10 seconds to go. And Gothenburg's Jamison Smith with the 2-0 lead on the takedown. We'll see if Smith's able to finish in that top position and keep that 2-0 lead. Wenig quickly up, faces out, and in 3 seconds he gets out and gets his one. But there's a shot by Smith, and he's going to try to collect a takedown here, and he does just that. Wow, so a flurry of action there. Wenig popped up, got a 1-point escape, and Smith immediately came in and answered with the takedown. And Jamison Smith of Gothenburg with 2 really nice double legs has scored a 4-1 lead. We go to that second period. Valentine's Wenig is in the bottom position. Now Smith's riding the right side. We'll see if that causes any problems for Wenig. Wenig's able to keep his hips up. We'll see if he can pop out now. Smith again back over on that right side, trying to pull in that near arm. He's got some wrist down on the wrist, trying to bring the arm in. Tries to flatten out Wenig. Wenig pops his hips up. There comes in that left leg lace by Smith. Jamison trying to turn with the launch there. Wenig flattened out on the mat, right on the 10-foot circle. It's a 4-1 lead for Smith. Now Smith trying to work a little head lever action. Wenig up to his base. Smith able to chop in the arm, crash those hips down. Under a minute to go. 4-1 lead for Smith. Jameson now steps over. We'll see if he laces in that left leg. There, Wenig sits out, comes on out, and gets his 1-point escape. So it's 4-2. We've got 35 seconds to go here. And there's that double leg shot again by Smith. Man, he's really got a nice shot there. Keeps his head up, penetrates, and scores another takedown. So 3 takedowns on this match for Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. He leads 6-2 with 18 seconds to go here in the second period. A lot of pressure forward by Smith. Wenig's got his hips up, but his head's on the mat. We'll see if Caden's able. He's up to his feet. He gets his 1-point escape, 6 seconds to go. We'll see if Smith, there he comes again with that shot, but this time Wenig catches him coming in. And that's the end of that period. And we go into the third period with Jamison Smith on the strength of those 3 double leg takedowns. He leads things 6-3, and Jamison's going to go down. He's in that bottom position. We'll get everybody set here. Smith gets himself set. He's almost sitting on his rear end here. It's kind of an awkward position. He's right into his sit out though. Comes out, faces, gets his 1-point escape. So it's 7-3. And this takedown position's been a position that Jamison Smith's been strong in with those 3 takedowns. We'll see if Wenig can tie something up and slow him down or get on his own offense here. There's Smith. Snaps him a little bit, pulls him in, shoots in on a single this time. He's trying to walk around. Wenig's got his hip sticking it in an ear, and then Smith tries to come in on the double, not able to finish that. So good fend off there by Wenig. Caden, though, trailing 7-3 here with 1:20 to go in the match. Tie up by Smith. We'll see if he moves him, snaps him, shoots that double. Wenig comes straight in. Smith shoots straight on the tracks. Wenig able to sprawl back. Left hand collar tie there by Smith. Smith comes in on the single again, and he's able to get his chest up, gather his hips, steps over the leg. We'll see if he can come around and get this scored. It's a 7-3 lead for Jamison Smith of Gothenburg, and he's working on trying to get another takedown. Steps the leg, and there it is. 2 points awarded with 40 seconds to go in the match. It's a 9-3 lead for Jamison Smith. So now Jamison cuts him loose. I was just going to say, we'll see what his strategy is here. It should be a 9-4 lead. Takedown. You're going to have to get 2 takedowns here if you want to try to win this. But, oh, nice shot by, Wenig comes in on it. High crotch comes in, scores it, and goes right to the headlock with 18 seconds to go. And Wenig, this is going to end up being a 5-point move, if not a fall. This is tight. Wenig has really got this thing, and there it is. So Wenig finally catches Smith, shoots that shot, comes up, gets the head throw, and with 9 seconds to go, Caden Wenig of Valentine able to get the fall over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg.
Well, you feel for Smith, he kind of controlled that match right to the final 30 seconds, and then Wenig was able to take advantage of a mistake, got him on his back, and then was able to secure the fall. So 6 big points for Valentine when it really looked like Gothenburg was going to get the points for a majority of that match. Wenig ends up getting the fall and 6 more points to add to Valentine's total in the duel.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Smith was trying to milk the clock or he'd been on his offense. It just Wenig was able to catch that head throw. And you can see over here Coach Kelber's working with Wenig on the side now about that snap and that coming down on a single leg and being a little more active on his feet. So a big win for Valentine in a quick turn of events here. Now out on the mat for the Badgers, Drake Jansen, a junior. Drake's 13-5 on the year, and his Gothenburg opponent is Brandon Schreiner, the sophomore. Schreiner 13-12. So 2 guys with 13 match wins here, and we've seen some pretty good pairings here. Wrestlers go out of bounds. We'll come back. Drake Jansen, tall wrestler for the Badgers here. Jansen appears to be a little bigger, even though they're both at that 160-pound weight class. Oh, slide by with authority and 2-point takedown for Jansen. I remember seeing Drake last year, and he was a tough customer last year. Right now he's got the boots dug in, and he's working on crossbody. He's got a right-hand half, and he's working really tough here for the turn on Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg. Schreiner in all kinds of trouble. Jansen steps off the legs, and he's just got a cradle hooked up, and this is probably going to be it. It is. So at 1:28 of the first period, your winner, Drake Jansen of Valentine by fall.
So 6 more points to add to Valentine's total in the duel, and that'll move them up to 28 total as they lead Gothenburg 28-3 as far as the duel score is concerned. And that'll move us now to 170 pounds.
I believe for Gothenburg we've got Riley Baker out on the mat. Riley Baker coming out of football season, had a really good football season. Tough customer. The senior, he's got an 8-5 record, and his opponent is Tag Buchel, the junior from Valentine. Tag with a 14-9 record coming in. This match just underway. Right now, Baker trying to work a little 2-on-1 off his feet. Not able to do much with it. Buchel now faces out. There's a 2-on-1 again by Baker. We're up on our feet. 1:15 to go in the match. No score. Neither wrestler's been able to get much penetration here. And we're starting to get into some bigger weight classes, so guys aren't quite as thrilled about getting underneath each other. Again, 2-on-1 working there by Riley Baker right along the edge. Baker drops down on the legs, but the wrestlers are out of bounds. So we'll go back in on a restart. 1:05 into the match. Oh, dig in a left underhook by Buchel. Buchel's got that left arm dug in on the underhook, but he hasn't really done much with it, as Baker's controlling the other hand at the wrist. Wrestler circle now. Now Baker with that 2-on-1. Wrestler's just facing out. We're right in the middle of the 10-foot circle. 25 seconds to go in the first period. No score. Buchel breaks free, takes a shot. Baker fends that off easily with his head defense. Coming down to about 10 seconds to go here in the first period. No score in this match. We're at 170 pounds. There, Buchel comes around, slaps at the leg a little bit, but really no penetration. And so we've wrestled one period. You see the coaches talking to the wrestlers about changing some levels. Tap and go, get in underneath. Looks like Buchel's choice is going to go down. So Tag's going to try to score off the bottom here. And maybe a discrepancy here at the table. Mr. Dentke goes over. Looks like everything seems to be good. Buchel in the bottom position. Here comes Baker, and here we go. Buchel quickly to his feet, scores that 1 point. And that's the first point. There's a shot by Buchel, really the first shot of the match, but Baker able to fend that off. It's a 1-0 lead for Tag Buchel here early in the second period. Buchel trying to face out there. Baker drops down, drops to both knees. He's down on a single right along the edge. I think he's going to run out of territory here unless he can get to his feet and bring him back in. And Baker does just that. He elevates him, brings him back in. And there's 2 points for Riley Baker. So good job of knowing where he was. Good awareness on the mat. Brought Buchel back in, elevated, got his 2-point takedown. And right now he's got Buchel kind of tied up in a knot. And he's got back points coming. Baker's got back points, now goes to a cradle right along the edge of the mat. He's got to keep a point in. And we go out of bounds. So there's 2-point near fall for Baker. And Riley now has a 4-1 lead with 1:04 to go in the second period. So really nice job by Baker along the edge of the mat, knowing where he was, not panicking, elevating that leg, Right now, though, he's way high, comes over the top, and Buchel comes out the back door. He's got a single. He's elevating. We'll see if he gets 2. He's going to get 1 for sure. He'd like to get the 2-point reversal. No points have been awarded yet. No points have been awarded. Mr. Denke's just waiting to see how this finishes up. And there, Buchel skies it and scores it. So the 2-point reversal, really good job of that's a good job of officiating, waiting for that to play out to see is this going to be 1 or 2. It was obviously going to be 1 for sure, but when he elevated that, came in and covered, there's your 2-point reversal. So bottom line, it's a 4-3 lead for Riley Baker of Gothenburg. He's in the bottom position. Now he's up on a pod. Buchel tries to block out that inside arm. There's sit out by Baker. He comes around. He's got hand control. He comes up to his feet. Buchel drops down on the leg. We'll see if he can elevate a single leg. Baker brings the leg back. Now we've got 1-point escape for Riley Baker with 14 seconds to go here in the second period. Baker takes the 1 point on the escape. Right now the wrestlers are just face to face right in the middle of the circle. And that's the end of that period. We're moving into that third period with a good match here. Good strong match. 5-3 score. Baker leading. Riley on the bottom. Looks like we got a caution on Baker. 5-3 lead. Baker quickly up to his feet, and we'll see Buchel's trying to hook up something on the near side cradle. We'll see if Tag's able to drive Baker over to his hip. He's got the hands hooked up. Baker stood up and turned in. Buchel's trying to get this turn, but he's turning the wrong way. If he can run his hips around here, Baker's able to block it out, and we'll see if he's able to get out of bounds, and that's just what happens. So if you're from Gothenburg, you're holding your breath a little bit on that position. Buchel did a really nice job there, though, getting into that cradle. But it's a 5-3 lead for Riley Baker here. We got 1:33 to go in the third period. Baker now pods up, and he gets his head up a little bit. He's going to find himself right back in that position. Buchel's got the inside leg picked up. Baker's trying to hook in a wizard, gets the leg down. And there's the 1-point escape for Baker. 6-3 lead for Riley Baker of Gothenburg. 1:15 to go. 6-3 lead for Baker. Baker's got his head dangerously low to the mat. We'll see there. He sinks his hips in, tries to step up. Comes up on a little bit of a head throw out of bounds. So we've seen both these wrestlers. Baker here has had his head in a couple positions that he's going to have to be careful. He doesn't want to get a head toss here. Buchel now takes a shot, doesn't get to the leg, comes back out. Just under a minute to go in the match. 6-3 lead, Riley Baker of Gothenburg. Riley now working a little 2-on-1 action. Riley's got to get his head up here. There he sinks his head in, sinks his hips in, comes around. Buchel doesn't move his feet. Baker gets a 2-point takedown, takes Buchel directly to his back. And now Gothenburg's got a chance here to pick up they're going to pick up back points, but Baker's not going to be able to pick up the pin. Buchel now flattened out on the mat. Baker now going to work with a little head lever action. It's an 11-3 lead for Gothenburg. Riley Baker with that 11-3 lead, 20 seconds to go in the match. Buchel up to his table. Baker sticks in that left foot. He's got a crossbody ride, 10 seconds to go here. Still with that crossbody ride, there's the forward roll by Buchel. He's able to come out. He gets a reversal. He's got a left-hand half in, but I think he's going to run out of time to be able to do much with it. And that's just exactly what happens. Final score, 11-5. Riley Baker of Gothenburg gets the 11-5 decision because Buchel was able to roll out, pick up that reversal, didn't give up a major decision, even though he lost, only gave up 3.
So in a way, you can say he really earned Valentine a point.
Yeah, he definitely saved
yeah.
him giving up 4, because if he doesn't hit that move, he's giving up 4 and not 3.
So we'll update you on the dual score now. With the 4 points for Gothenburg, your dual score is Valentine 28 and Gothenburg 7 as we move now to 182 pounds.
Okay, here we go. And Sage Shrunk of Valentine. He's a sophomore. Young 182-pounder for the Badgers. And he's wrestling a senior Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg. No score in this match. We're just 20 seconds into it. Shrunk's pretty solid build sophomore, coming in here with the 8-10 record. Shimon with the 5-12 record. So again, on paper, these guys look like they're pretty close. Wrestling right along the 10-foot circle. Little hand fighting here. There's a shot coming underneath by Shrunk, and he's able to get the leg and able to gather up the hips. He's got Shimon up off the mat. We'll see now he switches to a double. He should score this if he can get a swing on it. And there's your 2-point takedown.
Quickly, just want to go back and correct the score in the duel that I gave you. It's 28-6, not 7, 28-6, because Gothenburg gets the 3 points in the previous match because of the decision. So 28-6 is your score as we wrestle now at 182 pounds.
As we go back to 182 pounds, Sage Shrunk of Valentine, the sophomore, with the 2-0 lead. And right now he has Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg flat on the mat. I believe Mr. Denke called a stale. Shimon goes down, gets himself set. I think Mr. Denke would like to see Shrunk get out to the side or do a little more when he gets something tied up. And you can see him talking to him, which is good officiating. Let him know what it is you want to see, and if they don't do it, hold them accountable later. 13 seconds to go. It's a 2-0 lead. Shrunk of Valentine. He's leading this match. Shimon of Gothenburg right now sitting on his hips, reaching back, and that's going to be the end of the first period. So, first period, lone takedown, the only score in the match. Shrunk of Valentine with the 2-0 lead. We have a neutral here going into the second period. Neutral selected by Valentine, by Shrunk. And Valentine traditionally has always felt good about being on their feet. You can see they're confident even with their young kids. That's where they want to be. There's a nice little high crotch shot by Shrunk. He's now trying to get that single leg up. He had Shimon picked up off the mat and then came back down to his knees, and Shimon now is able to get his hips back. Shrunk now trying to gather himself again. Tries to crash the leg down, steps over. Shimon now sitting with his rear end on the mat. No points have been scored, but Shrunk's just about ready to get him, and here they come. 2-point takedown. Shimon immediately, though, up to his feet. It's 4-1. Wrestlers are in the neutral. 4-1 lead for Valentine Shrunk. Sage Shrunk of Valentine with the 4-1 lead, coming down to about a minute to go in the second period. And you can see Shimon trying to work a little 2-on-1 action. Shrunk has definitely been the aggressor on his feet. Shimon working a little 2-on-1, but we'll see if he swings down. He does. It comes down to the leg, but he doesn't quite get enough penetration there. He gathers his hips up. Oh, and he jumps Shrunk off, and he runs out of territory just along the edge. Jonah Shimon awfully close to scoring his first takedown of the match. But to no avail, we come back. We're still in the neutral, 42 seconds to go. Wrestlers head-to-head, 4-1 lead. Valentine Sage Shrunk here at 182 pounds. Shrunk right along the edge of the mat. Shimon and Gothenburg right, square in front. Not much going on right now with 20 seconds to go in the second period. Wrestlers tied up ear to ear. We're down to about 10 seconds now. Shimon circles to his left. It looks like we're probably just going to go out of this period with a 4-1 lead for Valentine Sage Shrunk. So here we go to the third and final period. Sage looks over. He's getting coached. Shimon's going down to the bottom position. He's already set. And here we go. Oh, set out by Shimon, and he dumps Shrunk right to his back. And He goes right into the fall. So kind of almost a tit for tat from the earlier match.
Yeah.
Shimon sits out on the switch and dumps Shrunk right to his back and picks up the fall. 6 points for Gothenburg.
Yeah, 6 points for Gothenburg, the second match in a row that they've won in this duel. So as we update you now on the dual score, Valentine 28 and Gothenburg 12, as we now move to 195 pounds. Coming to some of the final matches of the duel. We started, by the way, at 126 in case you're just joining us. Now we move to 195.
Wrestling just underway here. Still working with these bigger guys at 195 pounds. Logan Whitty of Valentine, the sophomore, 6-3. He takes a shot in on Thomas Wright, a sophomore, 1-3 record for Gothenburg. So a couple young guys here at 195 pounds. Being a young guy at these upper weights is usually not a great place to hang out. There was a nice little shot, though, by Logan Whitty. Came in on a little high crotch action, comes around, finishes it off, and he gets his takedown. Logan Whitty of Valentine picking up that takedown. He's now got Wright's left arm on his back. We'll see if he tries to come in, elevate the head, or if he tries to thread the needle, which means he's going to come under the far pit and take that wrist. Wright tries to get his hips up, but Whitty able to flatten him back out. Now Whitty just trying to post that wrist across. We'll see if he tries to attack and elevate the head. If he can get that wrist posted across, Wright does a good job of getting his hips up, but Whitty returns him. A lot of time here, 35 seconds to go. And you can see Logan Whitty, you can see a little bit of his youth. He's looking over his coaches. They're talking to him, here's what you need to do, and he's listening. He's just not quite able to do it. And Wright able to get that arm out of that situation. But Whitty able to, it looks like he's trying to hook up a cradle action. Nope, it's just high with the left hand is what it comes down to. Just about comes off over the top of it. So we have a 2-0 lead. Oh, and there's the 1 point escape. As the clock ticks away, Thomas Wright able to kind of do the old, almost the old WWF elevator there, kicks out of the situation. He picks up the escape. The bottom line, you got a 2-1 lead for Logan Whitty of Valentine. We'll see if that 1 point there right at the end of that first period comes back to haunt Whitty, if it comes back to help Thomas Wright.
By the way, it's WWE now.
Oh, well.
Just want to let you know.
That's
that
okay.
shows your age, don't it, Crawley?
Well, and I don't stay up on that kind of wrestling
I know
quite as
you
much.
don't. I had to give you a hard time.
No, that's all right. That's all right. The young listeners out there probably wondering if I don't know my alphabet.
Yeah.
Well, we've had a takedown by Logan Whitty here, and he's now got a 4-1 lead. But here comes Wright. And you can see some of the positions here. These are young wrestlers at this upper weight. It's a 4-2 lead for Whitty. Logan's able to come around. He scores another takedown. Now it's a 6-2 lead for Whitty as Wright has 2 escapes. And there you have kind of the old rollout. Got a 1 point escape. 6-3 is your match right now in favor of Valentine's Logan Whitty. We're coming down to about a minute to go in the second period. There's a shot by Wright of Gothenburg, but he can't quite get to the leg, and he doesn't penetrate. The head goes down, and Whitty comes around back, and he scores his 2 point takedown. Under a minute to go in the second period, 8-3 is the score in favor of Valentine's Logan Whitty. He's flattened Thomas Wright of Gothenburg out. Thomas is building up. He's got his hips up. Whitty reaches back, picks the ankle, drives him forward, flattens him back out. Thomas Wright's got his head up off the mat, but he can't get himself built up. He's all flattened out, and there's a warning for stalling on Thomas Wright of Gothenburg. 18 seconds to go. Whitty's coming around front. He's trying to bring that arm up on a hammer. Comes back. Wright able to get his hips up, his head's down. Now Whitty's trying to scramble back around back. 5 seconds to go here. Whitty takes a peek at the clock. 2-1, and that's the end of the second period. 8-3 lead, Logan Whitty of Valentine over Thomas Wright of Gothenburg. All right, Gothenburg's choice. Thomas takes that bottom position. Wright trailing by 5, but as we've seen in a couple matches here, don't get too hung up on the score because we've seen things change pretty fast. And with these two young guys, who knows? So we're underway in the third period. Wright's got his head down, his hips are up. Whitty picks the ankle, runs him forward, flattens him out, and gets the arm back on a hammer. We'll see what Whitty's able to do there. He reaches underneath, he threads it. And if he comes around and can keep that wrist on the back and elevate the head, this could be the end of what she wrote. This could get awfully tight right here. Right now, Whitty's got Wright in all kinds of trouble, but I don't think he scored any back points. Didn't hold him there long enough now. There goes Whitty. He's going back to work, looking for the fall, and he gets it. With 1:12 to go in the third period, your winner by fall, Logan Whitty of Valentine.
So 6 more points for Logan Whitty, or 6 points for Logan Whitty as he adds him to the Valentine score in the duel. As Valentine continues to grow their lead as far as the duel score is concerned. And we now get ready to move to 220 pounds. Again, this duel started at 126. And when we come to the end of the duel, we will recap all the results that have been wrestled out here between Valentine and Gothenburg. Looks like Valentine will get the forfeit at 220 pounds as Gothenburg is open at that weight. So there's 6 more points to add to Valentine for the duel score. And now we're going to have Valentine open at 285, so basically Gothenburg gets those 6 points back, and as Gothenburg sends out a wrestler at 285. And now we're going to be open at 106 pounds as Gothenburg will get 6 points there with Valentine open at 106. And this is what can happen when you get to these duels. If teams are a little bit short in some areas, things will get to move real fast as we have wrestlers come out and pick up forfeits, and now you're going to get a forfeit at 113 as Gothenburg gets the win there as Valentine is open. And now we're going to go to what ends up being the final weight class of the duel, which is 120, and you're going to get a forfeit for Gothenburg there as Valentine is open at 120. And that all of a sudden is the end of the duel, Kirk.
Yeah, like you said, Brent, you hit the nail on the head when you said when you're not quite filled up, that's what can happen.
So here's what we'll do. We'll step away. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we will recap everything that transpired from the Valentine-Gothenburg duel. Your final score is going to end up being pretty close, actually, with the way things finished at the end with all of the open weights. And your final score in the duel is going to end up being Valentine 40 and Gothenburg 36. We'll come back and recap and look at how we got to that final score after these words on KCNI Radio.
Savings. Ag producers, now is the time to order alfalfa and summer annual forages from AeroSeed. By taking advantage of early order and early pay discounts, you are making sure you have the seed you need come spring, and you will save money too. Visit aeroseed.com or your local AeroSeed dealer to see how much you can save. Act by February 10th for greatest savings. AeroSeed, first in forage.
Are your aches and pains preventing you from doing the things you love? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. We offer complete one-on-one physical therapy for you. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. Team Physical Therapy is known as the best hands in town, and we will help you achieve your goals and keep you moving in 2021. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111 or check us out on the web at myteampt.com.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
Geared for Sports in Broken Bow has the gear and sportswear you need from head to toe. Right now, their focus is on your feet. See them for 20% off all regular price shoes. Also save an additional 10% off all clearance items. Brands like Brooks, Asics, and Under Armour are ready for you to browse. Open Monday to Friday 10 to 6 and Saturday 10 to 4. Geared for Sports on the west side of the square in Broken Bow.
7 days a week, when you're looking for a home-cooked meal, look no further than the Tumbleweed Cafe on East Highway 2. They feature daily lunch specials that are a great pick-me-up in the middle of your day. Don't forget, you can order online and pick up too, or make use of their handy drive-thru for extra fast, home-style food. They love serving Central Nebraska with the classics, from burgers and fries to chicken fried steak and pies at the Tumbleweed Cafe, East Highway 2, Broken Bow.
And we come back to the Valentine Gymnasium as they are wrestling now in the Gothenburg Broken Bow duel, but these are junior varsity matches, and we'll have a few of these as we get going in the Broken Bow Gothenburg duel. Once we get to the varsity, then we'll start calling the matches for you coming up here on KCNI Radio. And again, a live video stream for you of tonight's Triangular. All three duels for you on all of our social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Also, as we hit 6:30, we do want to remind you, if you're listening to us on KCNI 1280 AM, once we hit 7 o'clock, our AM transmitter will have to sign off the air due to FCC regulations. So if you're listening to us on 1280 AM, when we hit 7 o'clock and you lose our signal, we encourage you to turn over to 96.3 FM. If you're out of the range of it, we remind you that we're live on the web at KCNI1280.com, and again on the live video stream, which you can access on our Sandhills Express Facebook page, our KCNI KBBN YouTube page, and also on Twitter at KBBN Sports. All right, let's go back and recap what happened just moments ago in the varsity duel between Valentine and Gothenburg. Got really interesting there at the end when Gothenburg was able to fill weights and Valentine was open in several of the lighter weights. So Gothenburg kind of made a charge at the end, picking up forfeits. So your final dual score is going to be Valentine 40 and Gothenburg 36. As we recap the matches, we started at 126 pounds, where Chris Williams of Valentine won by fall over Carson Stevens of Gothenburg. At 132 pounds, Cody Miller of Valentine winner by fall over Austin Chestnut. Moving to 138 pounds, Ashton Lurs of Valentine won by major decision over Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. At 145, Gothenburg's Ty Hotz got the win by a 5-2 decision over Cameron Jordan. At 152 pounds, Caden Wenig of Valentine got the win by fall over Jamison Smith of Gothenburg. That came late in the match as Wenig was able to get the win by fall at 152. 160 pounds, Drake Jansen of Valentine, winner by fall over Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg. At 170, it was Riley Baker of Gothenburg winning over Tag Buchel of Valentine by an 11-5 decision. 182 pounds, Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg won by fall over Sage Shrunk. At 195, Logan Whitty of Valentine, winner by fall over Thomas Wright. And then from there on out, for the remainder of the duel, we just had forfeits. Lee Major of Valentine came out unopposed at 220 pounds. Then Ethan Leibig of Gothenburg came out unopposed at 285. Caden Margaret's of Gothenburg won by forfeit at 106. Ty Kreese of Gothenburg came out unopposed at 113. Carson Stevens of Gothenburg then picked up 6 points, winning by forfeit as Valentine was open at 120. So when you figured all of that out and you looked at all those forfeits that Gothenburg got in the final 4 matches of the duel, the final score got kind of close. Valentine wins it, though, by the score of 40-36. So we are getting ready now for the duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg. They wrestle off a few JV matches, and then shortly we'll move into the varsity competition. Again, Broken Bow and Gothenburg coming up. And then our final duel of the night will be the home team Valentine against the Indians of Broken Bow. We're going to step away for another break. We'll come back and keep you updated as to what is happening as we get ready for the varsity matches between Broken Bow and Gothenburg as we continue with live coverage of high school wrestling on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Proud to be a member of the community. It's their commitment to the people of the region to offer professional banking services as well as personal attention for every customer. That commitment carries on to supporting the area youth in all of their school activities, whether athletic or academic. It's their sincerest hope that these same young people will become their valued customers throughout the years to come. Enjoy this broadcast, sponsored in part by the First State Bank of Gothenburg, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
BD would love for you to be a part of their great team. They offer competitive wages, a team environment, and day one benefits. Some include health, life, dental, tuition reimbursement, and more. Apply online at bd.com/careers. BD loves supporting youth sports and the bright student athletes who work hard to compete in every contest. Remember bd.com/careers to start your journey to being a part of their great team.
When it comes to your fields, results right now and in the future as well are both important. Who has the expertise needed to do that? Trotter Fertilizer. They have the best technology in the industry, and they'll put it to work for you because every field is not the same. They can help your specific field so your yield becomes more profitable. Trotter Fertilizer looks forward to partnering with you. Proud to support the Broken Bow area wrestlers. Trotter Fertilizer.
Forgetfulness. It jumps up and bites all of us at one time or another, but you simply cannot forget to get your septic tank pumped. Due to Plumbing wants to remind you to get it done at least every 2 years. Give Scott a call and get on the schedule so you can put the remembering part to him. 872-3402. Due to Plumbing is proud to support Central Nebraska wrestlers who are hard workers every time they take the mat. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by Due to Plumbing.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in Central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
At Flatwater Bank, they're not only bankers, they're your neighbors. Whether it's financing your first home or navigating the unprecedented times of a pandemic, they're there for you. With state-of-the-art technology, you get big bank benefits from local people who care. And as your local community bank, your deposits are invested back into the community. If you're not their customer, they'd love to have a chance to show you what you've been missing. With locations in Ansley, Brady, and Gothenburg, Flatwater Bank is still pioneering. Member FDIC.
Peterson Supermarket in downtown Gothenburg has been family-owned for almost 70 years. In that time, they prided themselves as being the friendly store, putting their customers first and always striving to make their shopping experience more enjoyable by either carrying out customers' groceries or placing special orders. They are also proud sponsors of the Gothenburg community and the surrounding areas because they believe community is important. At Peterson Supermarket in Gothenburg, they hope to see you in the aisles.
Some people just have a knack for being there when you need them the most. Like your third grade classmate who sticks up for you against that bully. The neighbor who gives you a jump start. And the friend who chases away that flock of geese at your outdoor wedding. Your State Farm agent has your back too, through good times and the not so good. And who's got your agent's back? State Farm, the company people have trusted for more than 90 years. We're here to help life go right.
Talk to Donna Cahill with State Farm in Broken Bow or Gothenburg.
And we come back to Valentine High School as we're getting ready to move into the duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg. Varsity match is just about upon us. And Kirk, as we get ready for this duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg, I think it's worth mentioning we see Casey Falkenberry coming out in street clothes, and he represented Broken Bow in the face-off. Haven't seen Casey on the mat this year. Of course, Casey is a returning state champion. We kind of referenced this at the beginning of our broadcast. Boy, dramatic matches between him and Chris Williams a year ago from Valentine. We think about that thrilling district final match that Williams won like in the final seconds. And then the two met up again for the state championship match at that weight class last year at the state tournament. Casey was able to win that, win a gold medal. Casey's been battling some health issues, so he hasn't gotten on the mat yet. Boy, we sure hope and pray that he's able to get healed up enough to where we will be able to see him yet this year.
Yeah, and you know, as the season runs along, that clock, as we mentioned earlier, season's getting shorter all the time. And yeah, Casey's been a really great representative of Broken Bow, not only the wrestling team, the community, winning that state championship, placed third 2 years ago, fifth the year before his state championship. So a quality wrestler, but really a great guy. I've had Casey. I know he works for the Taylor boys, and he's been at my house working, and he just is a good representative of your community and Broken Bow, and we wish him all the best.
You know, we were talking off the air, going back to the duel that we just saw between Valentine and Gothenburg, with Gothenburg getting all those forfeits at the end. Well, Gothenburg was really close to winning the duel, Kirk. I mean, we went back to the match at 152, where Caton Wenig of Valentine won by fall over Jamison Smith. Smith really kind of controlled that match, looked like he was even going to get the win, and then Wenig caught him right at the end and got the win by fall. That's your swing match. I mean, if that goes the other way, Gothenburg ends up winning the duel.
Yeah, that's 12-point swings. You know, you got 6 instead of me getting the 6, and you're not picking them up. But that's the way wrestling works.
Yeah.
And you know, that's why you just can't ever relax, and I'm not saying that he did. You know, if you go back to some of those other matches where things happened the other way, it's just amazing scoring at the end of a period. Then that comes down at the end of the match. That's what I like about it. You just never quite know what's going to end up, how it's going to end up.
Had the pleasure of visiting with Broken Bow head coach Ed Schaaf, which we get to do on a weekly basis at KCNI KBBN Radio, and I was asking him, where have you seen the biggest progress in your team up to this point in the season? And he said his young wrestlers, his young guys, have really begun to get better, understand things better, and that is translated to the mat.
Well, and you know, he's got works together with the guys that are older than they are, that show them the way this year and help show them the way in previous other years, and kind of led them to where they're at now. They've got some great role models ahead of them in that room.
Well, here we go. Varsity matches are underway. We start at 132 pounds. Skeeter Campbell out on the mat first for Broken Bow. And to call it, here's Kirk.
And Skeeter has a 2-0 lead in this match. He was able to get the takedown, and right now he's wrestling Austin Chestnut of Gothenburg. And Skeeter's got Austin on his back. It looks like he's got 2 points earned. They haven't been awarded yet. Skeeter, there it is. Good wrestler going right into something else. He's come right in off that situation, and then he gets the fall with a different pinning combination. Same situation, different pinning combination. Your winner by fall, Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow, and he's really done a great job stepping in here at 132.
Yeah, he really has. Well, we talked about Falkenberry. That's probably where Casey's at 132 pounds. If he's healthy, Skeeter moves up. And again, you just see the depth of what Broken Bow has been able to achieve this season. Very deep at certain weight classes, especially in those middleweights.
Yeah, and you know, here at 138 pounds, Broken Bow coming out on the mat with another quality wrestler. Trey Gary's been wrestling 138 pounds here. You know, and Trey's a guy that's been at the state tournament a couple times that you kind of lose track of. He stepped out here at 138 pounds. No score in this match, just underway. Trey does a lot of off-season wrestling. He's also big with his rodeo, and those things work well together. And guys learn to lift, and Trey comes in here with that as a senior with a 20-5 record. Now, he has a quality opponent, Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. Abe's a state qualifier himself with a 10-6 record, and we saw Abe in a good match with Ashton Lurs earlier in the evening. And so we've got 3 pretty good 138-pounders wrestling here tonight. So we have no score in this bout. About 50 seconds into it. Mendez down on a leg. But there you can see Gary gets the leg straight, gets it back. Just under a minute to go in the first period. Abe Mendez of Gothenburg, and there's the shot by Gary. Nice job of switching off. Comes across on his double leg. Steps over. There's the 2 points. Takedown for Trey Gary as he takes a 2-0 lead. Really nice job. Got in on that high crotch shot, doubled across. And now Trey's got the boots in. Working on the head. Arch in the back. He's got Mendez flattened out. And there comes in that left-hand half. And he's trying to turn Abe right now. Abe doing a good job of fighting this, but he's in a lot of trouble. And there's the count coming. So Trey Gary of Broken Bow is going to pick up some back points here. He'd like to pick up the pin. 15 seconds to go here in the first period, and that is pretty tight. But Mendez able to come out of it, and there's the 3-point award. And Trey takes a 5-0 lead with 6 seconds to go. Now Gary again right back in on a turn. Here comes the count. Mendez tries to roll through it. That's the end of the period, but you're going to add 2 more near fall to Trey Gary's score, and Trey takes a commanding 7-0 lead. Mendez, you can see flexing that left shoulder a little bit. So we're in the neutral position as we start the second period. Broken Bow's Trey Gary with a 7-0 lead over quality wrestler Abe Mendez of Gothenburg. As I stated before, these guys have both been at the state tournament. Gary's been there a couple of times. Mendez now with the right hand underhook. 20 seconds into the second period. Mendez drops down on the single leg, trying to elevate it. You've got the whizzer in there by Gary. Trey trying to get that leg whipped out of there. He keeps working it. And nobody's going anywhere, and Mr. Denke's going to start him again in the neutral position. And now you can see Mendez is working on his own shoulder again. He takes a little shot down low. Gary easily fends that off. 7-0 lead for Broken Bow's Trey Gary at 138 pounds. Wrestlers are in the 10-foot circle. Mendez taking some ground. There's a shot by Abe. Gary reroutes him. Now the wrestlers faced. Gary controls Mendez's right hand. Mendez now tries to snap down and take a shot in. Gary comes around and scores the 2. Nice counter there. Steps around, scores the 2. 9-0 lead for Trey Gary. So right now with that 9-0 lead, Trey's working on a major decision. Trey with the left hand of Mendez on his arm. We'll see if he tries to work this ball bat. I don't know if Mr. Denke's going to let him work that much longer. There he keeps the arm on the back. Tries to come in with the right hand half. Mendez gets his hips up and Gary scrambles back. Mendez rolls through his shoulders out of bounds. The Granby roll doesn't score any points, but it does get him a new start. So 9-0 lead for Gary. Trey Gary of Broken Bow, 138-pounder, leading by 9. 21 seconds to go here in the second period. Mendez of Gothenburg in the bottom position. Gary quickly laces in the left leg. Mendez tries a forward roll. Gary rides that out, follows him up. Mendez up on his table. Gary just rides it out. Now working on that inside arm. Comes up on the neck pinch. And we're going to finish this second period with a 9-0 lead for Trey Gary. So good period for Trey. Choice goes to Mendez, and Abe's going to take that neutral position. It's a 9-0 lead. Gary now with the major decision going. Gary comes in. A little fireman just dumps Mendez off. It's an 11-0 lead for Gary. Trey Gary looking really good here. Dominant fashion. 11-0 lead, a minute 35 to go in the match. Abe Mendez now up on his table. Gary has the inside arm trapped on Mendez's back. Abe flattens back out. Gary now takes the elbows, trying to elevate the head. Still got that leg scrubbed up. Trying to elevate the head. And now it comes back around. Mendez gets the arms out front. Pods up, and we'll see if Abe's able to score here. He's got a good lift off the leg. He's got a reversal. Nice action there by Abe as he scores the reversal. .48 seconds to go in the third period, wrestling right along the edge of the mat. Trey Gary of Broken Bow with the big lead here, but he's flattened out. 35 seconds to go. He's got his hips up, trying to protect that arm. Mendez trying to bring that arm up. Mendez working on that inside arm. Now he's going to come around. He's got Gary's head down, and the wrestlers go out of bounds. We have 1 point escape awarded to Gary. It's a 12-2 score. 12-2 is our score in favor of Trey Gary. Gary again with that major decision going. And we've got a timeout here. I think Mr. Danke called it on himself, actually. So 20 seconds to go in the bout. 10-point swing here. Gary has that 10-point spread, 12-2 lead. Mendez tries a shot. Gary blocks it off. Trey holds his position. Mendez comes back in underneath. Trey blocks that off. Under 10 seconds to go. Trey just holding his position. Mendez trying to come in on a shot. Tries to hit the cartwheel and comes in, and Gary simply catches him and scores 2 points. So the cartwheel didn't cost Gary any, didn't catch him off guard. It's a 14-2 win for Trey Gary in dominant fashion. Trey really looked good in that match.
So Gary gets the win at 138 pounds. If you're just joining us, we started this duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg at 132. Skeeter Campbell won by fall over Austin Chestnut of Gothenburg. So Broken Bow wins the opening 2 matches of the duel as we now move to 145 pounds. And for Broken Bow, we'll get to see Connor Wells, I believe.
Yeah, 145-pounder should be Connor out here. This match just underway. Wells in on a single leg shot, comes around the corner. We'll see if he's able to finish this. He hasn't returned his man to the mat, and there he does. It's a 2-point takedown. Connor Wells of Broken Bow with a 2-point takedown on Ty Hotz of Gothenburg. We saw Hotz win his match against Valentine earlier in the evening. Wells working on top now. 35 seconds into the match. Hotz able to get his hips up. He's got his table set. We'll see if he can score off here. Wells with the pressure forward, flattens him back out. Now it looks like Connor's just going to cut him loose and give the 1 point to Hotz. And Wells will work off his feet again. Wells drops down to one leg, drops down on the knee and takes a shot in. And he's able to get that shot finished and scores 2-point takedown. So the strategy to cut Hotz loose pays off. It's a 4-1 lead for Broken Bow's Connor Wells. 50 seconds to go, first period. Wells riding tough on top. Wells trying to pick the ankle a little bit. Just kind of hovering over Hotz. Hotz not with a lot of action there. Wells comes down. We'll see if he tries to step through. Nope. Hotz again gets up to his base. 29 seconds to go, first period. Wells looks like maybe he's looking for a little cradle action. He's just kind of riding tough right now just to see if Hotz will open up a little bit where he can get something going. Wells got control of that inside wrist. 4-1 lead, 10 seconds to go, first period. Hotz hasn't been able to score out from underneath as Wells just cut him loose for the 1 point. There Hotz sits out. Wells tries to snap him a little bit. Hotz comes back to his base, and that's the end of the period. It's a 4-1 lead for Connor Wells of Broken Bow. Connor with 2 takedowns, Hotz with the escape. Connor's choice, and he immediately goes down. So Ty Hotz of Gothenburg with his first chance to be on the top position. And Wells quickly to his feet, peels hands, comes around. We'll see if Connor scores 2. Nope. He's just going to score the 1. But as we've seen, he's been pretty comfortable in that position. The wrestlers come back. They're in the neutral. A 5-1 lead for Broken Bow's Connor Wells at 145 pounds. Wrestlers tied up right in the middle of the 10-foot circle, 5-1. Connor Wells of Broken Bow with the lead over Gothenburg's Ty Hotz. Wells now, Hotz has caught him coming in. Has the front head hooked up on minute 23. We'll see if Connor tries to drag out or tries to catch up on the leg. He's controlling the elbow of Hotz right now. Hotz is trying to work a twister, and he comes around, but Wells felt that coming, able to keep his hips flat. Comes out of the position. Minute 5 to go here. Hotz with his back right along the edge of the mat, and there's a shot by Connor. And a warning stalling for Hotz, playing the edge of the mat. So we'll come back to center. Five-1 lead, Broken Bows. Connor Wells leading this match by 4. Under a minute to go here in the second period. There's a shot by Wells. Doesn't able to finish it up. Hotz catches him on the way in. Hotz now hooking up that front head, and we'll see what Ty did with this last time. He tried to hit a little twister action off of it. Connor now controlling the hand underneath. And Hotz is down on his knees. We'll see if he tries to put any pressure forward. Stalemate called by Mr. Denke with 31 seconds to go in the period. So we come back to center. Mr. Denke gets things started up. And right now, Connor right along the edge. We'll see if he can score. He's not able to. 22 seconds to go. 5-1 lead. Still Connor Wells will come back on the restart. So we'll see if somebody can score here. Connor wants to extend that lead. Ty would like to get that thing within to be a 2-point match. There's a shot by Wells in on the single leg. We'll see if he's able to get this thing finished up along the edge of the mat. Hotz tries to back out. Wells now switched off to a doubles, come back down, drop down to the ankle. But I think he's going to run out of time before he's able to score things. If this were, oh, there it is, too. I was going to say, if this were a college match, he would have scored it. He got across to the far ankle and came across enough, had him dumped on a hip that Connor scored the takedown right as the period ended. Big point there, 7-1 lead for Connor Wells of Broken Bow, and Ty Hotz takes neutral here in the third period. So Connor now has a 6-point spread, and he's got to be thinking about trying to pick up some of those bonus points that we've talked about earlier. If he can get a takedown, he moves into the major decision category. Little feint shot there by Wells. Hotz circling with his back to the edge of the mat. Connor in, drops down on his knees, and now he's trying to work a little Kelly action here. We'll see if he's able to get that little outside fire. Hotz feels that, counters it. Now Hotz tries to crowd up. Wells is out, and Hotz is out now. No score, 7-1 lead. Wells keeps that lead. We come back to a neutral position with 1:21 to go in the third period. There's a shot by Hotz. We'll see if he's able to get that finished up. Wells scrambles his hips up. Nobody scored here yet. Hotz is trying to come around. Wells has got a hold of Hotz's foot, and Hotz is trying to come on around. Wells is trying to get that foot elevated. He's going to have to get his head up or hold on for a stalemate, and that's just what Connor does. That's smart wrestling there. Gets his restart, doesn't give up any points. Again, Wells would like to get this takedown. He'd like to get his major decision. Caution here on the start. We're down to 1 minute to go in the match. There's the shot. Nice low shot by Wells, down low, below the knee. Hotz trying to fend this off. We'll see if Connor can get his head up. If he can get his head up, well, right now he's dumped Hotz. He's got both cheeks on the mat. Never a good time there. Hotz gets his hips up. Wells still in on the leg. Hott's trying to work a far side half in. Nobody's scored a takedown here. 30 seconds to go. We'll see if Wells crowds across and tries to get that post over there. He's going to come underneath, try to work up, get a little Oklahoma ride, elevates the legs. A nice patience shown by Connor Wells as he's able to score the takedown. So 9-1. Connor's got his major decision with 10 seconds to go in the match. 145-pound action here. Connor Wells of Broken Bow working on a major decision for the Indians. And there it is. It's gone final. 9-1 win for Broken Bow's Connor Wells over Ty Hotz of Gothenburg.
So with the major decision, 4 more points down to Broken Bow's team score in the duel. And through 3 matches, Broken Bow has won the opening 3 as they extend their lead in the duel to 14-0. Skeeter Campbell winning by fall to start the duel against Austin Chestnut. Then Trey Gary, major decision over Abe Mendez. Now Connor Wells, the major decision over Ty Hotz as we get ready to go to 152 pounds.
And we're just underway at 152 pounds. Broken Bow's sophomore Jack Myers steps out. Jack's had a good season so far. He's 15-9 on the year, and he's wrestling Jamison Smith of Gothenburg, the junior. Smith with a 12-8 record, and we saw Smith wrestle really well on his feet and then lost at the very end of the match. Got caught by Wenig of Valentine, put on his back and got pinned, but he was ahead in that match, and I was impressed with Jamison Smith's double leg during that match, so we'll see if he tries to go back to that here. Jack Myers again, 15-9. There's a shot again by Smith. Jack does a good job of sprawling and fending that off. "50 seconds into this match at 152 pounds. Wrestlers tied up ear to ear. Smith has a left-hand underhook on Myers. Comes underneath, but again, Jack able to sprawl back. Fends that off. Now Jack's got an underhook of his own. Under a minute to go in the first period. Smith with his back right along the edge of the mat. Smith breaks free, goes back towards the center of the circle. Myers reaches up with the right hand, and Smith comes underneath. Here he comes trying to gather himself up on that shot. Jack's done a good job of sprawling here. We'll see if he's able to fend this off. Smith switched to the single leg. 20 seconds to go. We'll see if Smith's able to pull that leg in, circle around. But right now he's running out of real estate. See Jack trying to get that leg straight, trying to get that hip down. Just fending it off. Smith's trying to circle his feet around, but he can't circle around because he's going to run out of territory. There Smith brings Myers in a little bit, circles, but he runs out of time. So not out of territory, out of time. Bottom line is nobody scores in the first period. Choice is Jack Myers, and the sophomore is going to go to the bottom position for the Indians. So Jack gets himself set, and this will be the first time he's in that position. Smith is aboard, and here we go. Jack trying to turn in, has a leg caught, trying to turn in, and now faces out, and he gets his 1-point escape. So nice job there by Jack Myers. 15 seconds into the second period, Jack Myers takes a 1-0 lead on the strength of this escape right here. Another shot by Smith, but Jack does a good job of sprawling. Smith trying to control wrists, breaks free. And Smith was able to score on the reach on the takedown in the last match. We'll see what happens. Jack has done a good job of fending off his shots. There's that double leg shot, and he came in underneath. And we'll see if Smith steps up the left leg, comes around. But again, Jack able to sprawl, and he fights the position and doesn't give up the points. So Jack hasn't had much offense on his feet here, but he's done a great job of fending off that double leg. We're down to about a minute to go in the second period. 1-0 lead for Broken Bow's Jack Myers, wrestling at 152 pounds. You see Smith controlling the elbow. Wrestlers tied up head to head, right in the middle of the 10-foot circle. Left-hand collar tie by Smith. Jack trying to control that elbow. Wrestlers break free. And again, we'll see if Smith comes up underneath. Jack's just keeping himself squared up in front, right in that 10-foot circle area. Smith breaks free, and we'll see on the reach. That's 25 seconds to go. Smith breaks out of it. Jack holding good position, and there's the shot again. This time Smith gets those hips sunk in, follows it up. He's got that double leg, and he's got to finish for 2 points. 10 seconds to go, 2-1 lead for Gothenburg's Jamison Smith as he finishes off that double leg shot. We saw that in that first match several times. So that was a big takedown right at the end of the period because Smith should have choice here, I believe, in the third period. And he's going to go down. Jamison Smith, Gothenburg, takes the bottom position. He's got a 2-1 lead. See if Jack can get a turn here. Smith pods up. Now sits out. Myers trying to dump him to the side here. Smith comes back to his base, gets his base back into position. He's got his table set. Smith of Gothenburg with the 2-1 lead. Smith pods up. Jack runs him forward. Wrestling taking place right in the middle of the mat, right under the spotlight. Jack looking for a cradle here. We'll see if he can get that thing hooked up. Not able to, but he doesn't lose his top position. Now works a little spiral action. Smith sits out. Now Smith back to his table. Jack slides down on that near wrist. Minute 9 to go. Broken Bow's Jack Myers trailing here 2-1 in the top position. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg now trying to come to his feet, works a little Granby action. Jack simply follows that around. Good job by Jack there, following it around. Doesn't give up any points. 45 seconds to go. Wrestling right along the edge of the mat, down to 40. Broken Bow's Jack Myers in the top position, but trailing 2-1. So the wrestlers are signaled out of bounds. Jamison Smith of Gothenburg comes back. Jack's checking over with his corners, see what kind of strategy they want to work. Jack's going to ride the right side this time. Quickly switches back over to the left side. Smith up to his table, 30 seconds to go. Myers trailing by 1 in the top position. We'll see if Smith tries to come out with that Granby again. Jack's working a spike here. Has control of the wrist underneath on the near side. There Smith gets his hands out front, comes up, pods up. We'll see if Smith hits that. Tries to work a little knee slide action, not able to. Jack flops a little bit there, but able to scramble up on top. You got 5 seconds to go. And Jack's going to run out of time, just not able to turn Smith. And a hard-fought battle here between Jamison Smith and Jack Myers. The winner 2-1, Gothenburg's Jamison Smith over Jack Myers of Broken Bow.
Yeah, good match. Big win for Gothenburg as they win their first match of the duel. Smith with the 2-1 decision win over Jack Myers of Broken Bow at 152 pounds. So we'll move now to 160 pounds as your score now in the duel has Broken Bow 14 and Gothenburg on the board now with 3 as we move to 160.
And wrestling 160 for Broken Bow here lately has been Spencer Gaffney. And Spencer shot in on a single here to get things started. If you've seen Spencer, he is a lot of arms, a lot of legs, tall guy, has a lot of leverage in that body. Or I keep saying Spencer, I mean Zach Gaffney, excuse me. Days of yore, Spencer, his older brother, has graduated.
I heard you say that, and I'm like, where is he in the building? Where is Spence?
Yeah, and Spencer could stand on top of himself, and he's not as tall as Zach.
That's right, yeah.
So Zach in on a shot, and not able to get that thing finished up. And Gaffney's opponent here, Brandon Schreiner of Gothenburg. So we have 2 sophomores going at it here. Zach has a 15-8 record on the season. Schreiner with the 13-12 mark. So again, on paper, you're seeing pretty evenly matched guys. And Zach Gaffney, the little brother of Spencer, but only in age, not size. Zach was wrestling 152 earlier in the year. He's come on up to 160, so he should be at full feed. He's dropped in on that leg. Right along the edge of the mat. Front quarter being applied by Schreiner, trying to get it in, but Gaffney does a good job of bringing it up. Schreiner tries to roll him through. Gaffney stays persistent with the leg, and he scores his 2-point takedown. So nice job there by Zach Gaffney of Broken Bow. I'll try to say Zach more than Spencer before this match is over with. Oh, man, there is a right-hand half, and Zach Gaffney just cranks him over. Schreiner on his back in all kinds of trouble. There's the fall. Wow.
Yeah, impressive move.
Well, as I said before, a lot of leverage in those arms, and, man, that right-hand half just got in, and he just cranked him over.
So with the win by fall, that'll be 6 more team points to add to Broken Bow's total in the duel, as we'll move now to 170 pounds. Again, this duel started at 132, and we move to 170. Coming out on the mat for Broken Bow will be Max Denson, and we'll get the Gothenburg wrestler for you once it comes up on the screen.
You know, Max Denson has done a great job for Broken Bow. He's a young guy here wrestling at this weight at 170 pounds. He's a freshman. He's wrestling Riley Baker, the senior, from Gothenburg. Max has a 16-10 record, and as I said, younger guys at these upper weights, sometimes that's a tough place to hang out, but Max has done a great job for the Indians, and he's, of course, Max has done a lot of off-season wrestling coming up through things, and he's represented himself and his team well. Riley Baker, state qualifier last year for Gothenburg. So the senior from Gothenburg looking to try to get a win over the freshman from Broken Bow. Right now, Baker trying to come around here. He's posting the arm, trying to come around. And Max just does a good job of squaring up, comes up underneath, wrestling right along the edge. And nobody's going to score there as we go out of bounds. Just under a minute to go in the first period here at 170 pounds. No score in this bout. Denson now working a little ball bat action. Baker squares up, frees his hands. The wrestlers break apart, and here we go. Tied up head-to-head here. Again, Baker trying to control the arm. Oh, nice job by Max. He drops down low on the leg, drives in, gets his takedown. Really nice job there. Baker had his head down, and Max just went right through that defense. Picked up his takedown. It's a 2-0 lead for Max Denson. 20 seconds to go here in the first period of this 170-pound action. That's just having good feel for where you're at, knowing that your opponent's head's down. He can't use his head to fend you off. Just forces in, gets low on that ankle, drives on in, gets his point. So we come back in on a restart with 13 seconds to go in the first period. Broken Bow's Max Denson. He's aboard, and here we go. Baker of Gothenburg sits out, comes up to his feet. We'll see if Max is able to get out of this period without giving points. Max returns him, but we go out of bounds. So 6 seconds to go for Riley Baker to try to get on the board here in the first period. Max Denson's goal, finish on top. Mr. Denke gets the wrestler set. There's the whistle, here we go. Baker pods up. Denson comes around up front. Baker keeps circling out, and he gets his one with 1 second to go.
Yeah, right at the end of the period.
2-1. 2-1 lead for Denson. Denson's going to go down here in the second period. So we'll see if that 1 point, how that all plays out here as the match plays along.
You just get the feel that this one's going to go right into the final seconds.
You
don't
do,
you?
yeah, you do. Denson got kind of flat there. Baker's got control of that inside arm. And now Baker's he's over and under on the legs. Looks like he might be able to get a little bit of a lift. He's got the wrist trap. We'll see if Baker's able to get a cheap tilt here and score some points. He's got 1 stroke. There's 1. There's 2. And now Riley Baker scoring points. He's gone up and attacked the head. And Denson's in all kinds of trouble here. And there's the fall. So Baker able to get the elevation on the cheap tilt, came up, finished it off, and Riley Baker, the senior, able to pick up the fall.
And there you saw maybe a difference between a senior versus a freshman, maybe Kirk a little bit, and the fact that Baker's just a really good wrestler.
Yeah, and he got Max flattened out and got over and under that leg, and then elevated. Once he got that wrist trap, then life got pretty tough. So, yeah, I seasoned him a little bit there.
So Riley Baker, the win by fall at 170 pounds to give 6 points to Gothenburg in the team score. We'll update the team score in a moment, but we're underway 182, and here's Kirk.
And Caden Powers comes out with his hair on fire, gets a takedown. He's going to pick up some near fall points. And it is so great to see Caden Powers out on the mat. He's had some injuries over the last couple of years, and he's really represented Broken Bow well. And he's got the lead with a 4-0 lead, Caden Powers, over Jonas Schimmen of Gothenburg. Both these guys are seniors. Schimmen 5-12 on the season, 14-9 for Caden Powers. But it's been all Powers so far, and right now Caden's got a tipper hooked up. We'll see if he tries to run the head on this. But simply he's got a wing in, and he's got the wrist caught underneath. Now he comes off the wrist. See if he works a little cheap tilt, or if nothing else, gets a hammer out of this on the arm. There's all kinds of options when you get to this point. You can trap the arm, get a little cheap tilt action into your lap. He needs the wrist to do that, though. 40 seconds to go. Now he just traps the wrist and just powers him over, and this is tight. Looks like, oh, credit Schimmen. He gets out of the situation, but he doesn't get out of it before he gives up back points. And Powers goes right back in on top of it. It's a 6-0 lead for Caden Powers as he picks up 2 near fall. Now Schimmen pods up. Powers comes out, but Powers has got a cradle hooked up, but we'll see how this plays out. He's kind of high, and he doesn't want to get his own head trapped, or Schimmen's going to have it. Schimmen sits out and dumps Powers. Now Powers is in trouble, but he doesn't want to break his grip because there's only 3 seconds to go. He doesn't want to break his grip. He doesn't give up anything. That was just smart wrestling by Caden there. It looked like he was in some trouble. If he breaks his grip, he gives up 2 reversal, and he's going to give up some back points. So good job by Caden Powers not pushing the panic button, and he takes a 6-0 lead into the second period. So Schimmen of Gothenburg is in the bottom position here in the second period. He's trailing by 6. Powers again trying to chop in that near arm. Schimmen comes up to his feet. Powers returns him to the mat, keeps the arm, keeps the wrist. We'll see if he's able to. He does. He's got a hammer, so he's got the left arm of Schimmen on his own back. Caden put a lot of pressure there. We'll see if he comes underneath. He does, trying to work the thread. And if he gets his wrist hook, comes around and elevates the head, this might be all she wrote. This is tight, folks. And there it is. So with 1:23 to go in the second period, Broken Bow's Caden Powers, winner by fall over Gothenburg's Jonas Schimmen.
So Powers the win at 182, winner by fall, and with the win by fall, he will pick up 6 points for the team. And now we'll see at 195 pounds, Lathan Duda coming out for Broken Bow.
Lathan Duda out on the mat. Lathan already drops down, attacks the leg. He's working on the head. And this is a quick fall. Quick fall for Lathan Duda, a 7-second pin as Lathan's able to get down, get the fall.
Well, Thomas Wright of Gothenburg wrestling against Lathan, just a sophomore. And, boy, Lathan Duda, nothing for Wright to hang his head about, Kirk. I mean, Lathan Duda really is becoming one of the most decorated wrestlers in Broken Bow school history when you think about what he's been able to do in his career.
Absolutely. And Wright, you know, sometimes you're just way outmanned.
Yeah.
And that's the case. No shame in that. And Kiefer Anderson came out. He picked up the forfeit for Broken Bow.
So Anderson gets the forfeit at 220. That'll be 6 more points for Broken Bow, and that takes us now to 285 pounds. As coming out for Broken Bow will be Sawyer Bumgarner.
And Sawyer is wrestling Ethan Liebeck, a state qualifier for the Swedes. So this could be a good match. Sawyer's really been wrestling well. Sawyer with that 1 loss on the season, and that's to his teammate Tyler Thomas, who he wrestled in the Broken Bow Invite. Leibig rolls through a situation there that's a pretty dangerous place to be. He's able to roll on out of bounds. So no points scored, but Sawyer really had a great weekend last week, beating the David City heavyweight, who's ranked number 3 in Class C, who was undefeated at the time. So Bumgarner has really been wrestling well. And oh my goodness, there's a lift, folks. I hope Hansen never has Sawyer telling him, well, I'm too tired to pick that up, because he's not. He just picked up Ethan Leibig, and Leibig is a big heavyweight.
Yes, he is.
And
You felt the gym shake,
Yeah.
I think, when Leibig came down to the mat.
That kind of shows you the power that Sawyer has in those hips and those legs. He just lifted him and put him to the mat. So now Ethan's trying to work up off the bottom. And in a tough spot here, Sawyer trying to get a half worked in there, powering in that half. Leibig winds up to his base. 40 seconds to go. Sawyer does a good job there of returning him. If you watch Sawyer wrestle, especially in the top position, when you see air under his knees and he's up on his toes, I mean, you're feeling all that pressure, and you're feeling all that pressure and the weight working on you. You're working hard to get up off your base. And, you know, by the time the late second, third period runs around, that's taking a toll on you. But a lot of times you'll see guys wrestling off their knees. Well, that pressure's not there. But when you watch Sawyer wrestle, he's got his toes dug in the mat. His knees are up off the mat. And here he's got a left-hand half coming in. We'll see if he's able to hop over here. Not quite able to do it, and we're going to run out of the first period. But a good first period for Broken Bow is Sawyer Bumgarner. So it looks like Sawyer's going to take that bottom position. He gets himself set with the 2-0 lead. 285-pound action here. And I don't blame Ethan Leibig for being able to get up top if he can. I think Sawyer actually took the bottom position, but being underneath these guys is a tough place to be. And there, Sawyer does a great job. He gets to his feet, gets some hand control, walks on out, scores his one. It's 3-0. And there's some ground, taking some ground here. Mr. Denke's going to talk to these guys a little bit about leading with their head, I think. Doesn't penalize anybody, just saying, hey, get your heads up. And again, that's good officiating. Things don't change. Somebody's going to score some points here. Leibig looks like he tries to hit a little head throw, and Sawyer just stepped around back, and now Sawyer picks him up. And if you didn't believe he could pick him up, well, he just proved it again. Wow. Power in those hips and those legs. Good job by Sawyer Bumgarner. It's a 4-0 lead, or excuse me, a 5-0 lead. Sawyer with 2 takedowns and an escape in this match. 1 minute to go in the second period. And Ethan's trying to work himself up off the bottom. It's not that he's stalling or anything, but you know, that's a tall task to do when you're at 285 pounds. And there again, you see Bumgarner up on those toes, floating his position. He's come down on the inside ankle, trying to lift it, runs his feet forward. Really does a nice job there with his base and just knowing where his weight's at and keeping the pressure on. He's got that wrist trapped underneath. Ethan trying to build up off the bottom. Sawyer just keeps pounding on that head, keeps the pressure there. Ethan gets himself up to his base, but Sawyer now is going to pick that ankle. Nope, Ethan sits on the foot, but Bumgarner steps over on the other side, slips in the right-hand half. And again, 3 seconds to go. We'll see if Sawyer can get a turn and score some points, but he runs out of time. So Sawyer's had an answer to every question that Ethan's thrown at him here. We're in a neutral position. Neutral was selected by Leibig, and we'll see Leibig trying for that head throw again, but Bumgarner feels that coming, keeps a short neck on it, comes around, gets his 2-point takedown, and then over-aggressively gets Leibig in the back of the head, and that's going to cost him a point. So 1 point awarded for unnecessary roughness to Ethan Leibig. You have a 7-1 lead for Sawyer Bumgarner. Ethan's going over to his corner, talking to his coaches. And you can see that Sawyer almost stepped off the mat, and you can't leave the mat area during these times. And you can see, did you hear Mr. Denke said, "I'll let you have that one"?
Yeah.
You can see he kind of stepped out and oops, a little too far. Okay, well, we'll get back to wrestling here. It's 7-1 lead. Bumgarner takes the optional starting position. Flattens Liebig out. Ethan's been in this position before tonight, and he's worked hard to build himself up, but every time he tries to come up, Sawyer's had the answer. And at the end of the 2 periods prior to, had Ethan go into his back right at the end of the period. We've got 1:25 to go here. And this is where some of that pressure and banging on the head and those kind of things really start to show up and wear your opponent down. Again, you could see Sawyer's got his feet dug in the mat. His knees are off the mat. He's just doing a great job on top, using his weight and keeping that pressure going. Liebig's coming, building up, and again, you can see Sawyer's kind of waiting for him to open up so he can try to come in underneath. Liebig tries to post that foot out. Sawyer brings his hips back down. Under a minute to go. And here comes your warning for stalling on Ethan Liebig underneath. 45 seconds to go in the match. Sawyer'd like to get another turn again. Looking at that team score. I think if he gets another turn, though, that could be the end of it. 30 seconds to go. Ethan Liebig builds up, and Sawyer just cuts him loose and walks away from him. Now we'll see if Sawyer and Liebig again trying to get that head throw. Sawyer works a little sag, and he's trying to take him directly to his back, and he's able to do that. So Bumgarner gets his 2-point takedown, but he's also going to pick up some back points there and maybe pick up the fall. 10 seconds to go. We'll see if Ethan Liebig's able to survive this. Down to 5. Sawyer again attacking that head, and Liebig's doing a good job of staying up, and he is going to survive. So a good job by both wrestlers there. Liebig to stay off, keep those shoulders up, and a great job by Sawyer Bumgarner. Garner picks up the 3 near fall, and he wins by a major decision.
So as Bumgarner picks up the win and picks up 4 points, that'll move Broken Bow's dual team score up to 42. They lead 42-9. Gothenburg with a couple of wins in this duel. It came back at 152. Jamison Smith, a 2-1 decision over Jack Myers at 152, and then Riley Baker was able to get the win by fall at 170. So now we go from 285 to a couple of kids who aren't quite as big as we now go down to 106.
Chauncey Watson, the freshman for Broken Bow out here with that 19-4 record. Chauncey's had a great season so far. And his opponent, Caden Margreets of Gothenburg, the sophomore, 14-8. And right now, Watson in on a double leg. He collects that, sinks his hips, and gets his 2-point takedown. 15 seconds into the bout, 2-0 lead for Broken Bow's Chauncey Watson. Yeah, here you're going to see him a little more low-level shots, getting underneath people, just a little different style. Marguerite sits out along the edge of the mat. Watson simply dumps him, follows him around. We go out of bounds. Come back on the restart with a 2-0 lead. Watson in the top position with the lead. There's the whistle. Marguerite's trying to get his hips out. He's kind of on his side right now. Chauncey Watson, he's really stretched out. Long limbs, long arms and legs, and lots of leverage there. Marguerite's trying to get up underneath, up off the bottom underneath there, but he hasn't been able to get his hips up. Watson right in the middle of the 10-foot circle there. Caden able to get his hips up. He's on his table trying to peel hands. Watson trying to snap in there. Marguerite sits out, and Chauncey catches him. And now Watson working on back points. Now if Watson can get teed out here, there's 30 seconds to go in the first period. Marguerite's bridging hard, but Watson is sinking this in deep. There's a lot of time, a lot of territory. This is going to get pretty tight. Marguerite's trying to fight that arm underneath. Watson now returns those shoulders. Chauncey's elevating the head, trying to cover. Marguerite's doing a good job of fighting this. We're down under 10 seconds to go. And credit Caden Marguerite. He gets himself off of his back, gives up the 3. It's a 5-0 lead for Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow. That was a pretty tough situation, but Caden Marguerite fought that pretty well. Got a warning for stalling here on Caden Marguerite tying his shoe, and if young wrestlers out there, you got to ask the official before you do those kind of things. He didn't ask. He got warned for stalling. So Chauncey has his choice, and he's going to go to the bottom position. Watson gets set. Here comes Marguerite, and here we go. 5-0 lead. Watson quickly up to his feet. Marguerite drops, cracks him at the knees, breaks him back down. Watson stays up on his table, however. He's trying to sit out, but Marguerite has control of that inside ankle. Marguerite's trying to elevate the far ankle now, trying to lift that picket. Little far knee, far ankle action. But Watson is so long. And right now, Marguerite's going to have to move up there, he does. Or he's going to give him nailed for stalling again, which this time would have cost him a point because of that shoe tying incident we talked about earlier. Right now, Marguerite has the left leg laced in. Chauncey trying to work that off. He's able to do so right along the edge of the mat. Marguerite's again down on the ankle. Marguerite comes up and hits a cradle right along the edge of the mat. And this thing's pretty tight. Chauncey's trying to keep his base, and Chauncey catches the leg. The cradle breaks. That should be 2 coming here. There's the 2-point reversal. Nice job by Chauncey Watson. Looked like he was in a little bit of trouble, didn't panic, caught the leg, broke the cradle, got the 2, and now Watson with the 7-0 lead. Watson smothering on top there. Marguerite's trying to sit out, but not able to go anywhere. Watson with that tight waist, he brings that thing clear around, ties it up on the thigh of Marguerite. And now it comes off a head lever, tacks the head with the left-hand half, and he's got Marguerite going to his back. 25 seconds to go here in the second period. Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow working on the fall. He's got a 7-0 lead. He's earned 3 back points. Here they come. They're awarded. It's 10-0 now, 15 seconds to go. Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow with a major decision going. 10-0 lead over Caden Marguerite of Gothenburg. Marguerite now tries to sit out, tries to reach back for the head, and Watson snaps him down. He picks up 2 more near fall right at the end of the period as the snap snaps down Marguerite. It's 12-0 lead for Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow. So Watson right now in dominating fashion, and Marguerite looks over at his corner and they say go neutral, so here we are. Watson 3 points away from the technical fall, which would be 5 points on the team side of things. Marguerite's looking for a takedown, trying to get himself on the board. There's a little snap by Marguerite. Marguerite's controlling wrists, but he needs points, and that's not going to do it. And Watson working a little bit of a drag action there. Now controls the head, trying to put his head in the well. Come around, try to catch the leg. Oh, nice. Snaps him by, changes directions, snaps the right hand by, straightening that arm out, scores the 2 near fall. 14-0 is your score, and Watson looking for more. Marguerite sits out, and Watson just simply backs out and gives him the 1. So it's 14-1. A takedown will end the match here. We're at 1:05 to go. Marguerite tries a shot. Watson catches him coming in. Chauncey working that front head again. We'll see if he comes around. Marguerite's trying to sit it out. Watson comes down, picks the ankle. We'll see if he can get a little pressure on the shoulder. Nope. And Chauncey may be looking for trying to hit the fall here, because if he gets just a takedown, that's going to be the end. That's going to be the end of the match. If he takes him to his back off his feet, he can try to get the fall. 30 seconds to go in the match. 14-1 lead. Broken Bow's Chauncey Watson. Wrestling right along the edge of the mat. There Marguerite's in on a single leg. Watson with the front quarter actions. Needs to get that leg straight. Trying to stick a hip in his ear, break him. Get Marguerite's off of the leg. 10 seconds to go. There, Chauncey drops in on the leg, and we're out of bounds. Almost that left toe, just not able to keep it in. 7 seconds to go. It'll be interesting to see if Chauncey really goes after him here and tries to get the tech. Oh, Margrites takes the shot. Chauncey reroutes him, comes around back. Knowing where he was, got his 16-1 win. Technical fall, Chauncey Watson and Broken Bow.
So that'll be 5 points added to Broken Bow's team score, brings them up to 47 total for the duel. They lead 47-9 with 3 matches remaining. Our duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg started at 132. We now move to 113 pounds. Wilson Zinn will come out for Broken Bow and represent the Indians at 113. Our third to the last match of this duel.
Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow out on the mat. And he's really done a nice job for the Indians this year. Wilson, a well-built 113-pounder, and right now he blocks the shot of the Gothenburg wrestler Kreis, the freshman from Gothenburg. 15-13, good record for the freshman. Wilson Zinn of Broken Bow, he's a sophomore with an 18-6 record. Wilson comes around, scores his 2 points. Just good hustle there by Wilson to get around there and get his 2 points scored. 40 seconds into the match. Kreis comes up, posts out that left leg, not able to come out from underneath. Wilson settles himself back around back. Kreis sits out, trying to peel hands. Zinn trying to dump him to the side, trying to keep some wrist control. He's got control of the far wrist. Wilson hustles around back, keeps his position, doesn't give up any points, keeps that 2-0 lead. 50 seconds to go in the first period. Kreis with good movement underneath, not able to score. And there you can see Zinn picks up the inside leg, flattens Kreis out. Kreis doesn't want to stay here too long. Zinn gets that right hand half in there, keeps the pressure up on the head. Kreis is trying to fight that off. Zinn's got the wrist trapped. He's got a bar and had a little half action there. Now comes back around, settles back around back. Looked like Wilson was going to try to hit a little cheap tilt roll through there. Come back around. Kreis now with some hand control. Now Zinn, we'll see if he snaps him back. Kreis sits out. Kreis now trying to control wrists. Wilson sags him back, and that's the end of that first period. As Wilson Susel Zinn of Broken Bow with that 2-0 lead for the Indians. Wilson got his takedown, then did a pretty good job just controlling. Wilson defers, and Ty Kreis of Gothenburg takes the bottom position. So there's the whistle. Kreis tries to drive back, but it doesn't work. Zinn just controls him. He's got that far wrist controlled. And Wilson with a lot of pressure forward. Kreis not able to come out from underneath, but Wilson really hasn't been able to turn him. Now Wilson's got that right hand half going in. You see Kreis trying to block out that left foot. He sits out, comes back to his base. Trying to get control of a hand here. Ty Kreis trying to get control, and Zinn tries to snap him back. Kreis flattens out along the edge of the mat. Minute 17 to go here in the second period. Broken Bow's Wilson Zinn working hard on top, doing a good job of controlling. Hasn't been close to a turn here. He's had that 2-0 lead, and he's really done a good job up on top. There comes that little cheap tilt roll through. But we go out of bounds, not able to score off of it. So 58 seconds to go in the second period. Ty Kreis of Gothenburg, the freshman, in the bottom position, trying to get himself on the board, trailing by 2 to Broken Bow's Wilson Susel Zinn. Wilson looking for cradle here. Needs to get his head in the ribs if that's what he wants to do. There, he gets popped in there. He's got his hands hooked if he can elevate. Now he needs to snap the head up, get that head snapped up, get his head in the ribs. Kreis, though, has got his hips up, and now Susel Zinn is out front a little bit. Wilson breaks the cradle, controls the front head. He's going to hustle around and not give up any points here. Price is trying to block him off. We'll see how this comes out. We're right along the edge of the mat. There, Zinn does a good job. Went to the front head and dumps Price to his side. Really nice job by Wilson. He needs to hustle around, either put his head in the ribs, try to get that cradle. There he goes. Or hustle on around. 10 seconds to go. We'll see if he can get an elevation here. Get your head in the ribs. Get that elevation made. But the period's going to end. Good job there by Wilson. Nice hustle on his part to keep that 2-0 lead. And the strength of Wilson's really showed up here. And Wilson's going to go neutral. So he wants to be in the neutral position here with a 2-0 lead. You can see the Broken Bow bench. Everybody's kind of up on the edge of their seats there. There, nice shot by Wilson. He's got the single leg up. He's up on his feet. We're right in the middle of the mat. We'll see if he can get this thing finished. Kreis has the left-handed whizzer in, and Wilson brings him down, doubles across, gets a 2-point takedown. 4-0 lead for Wilson. Really doing a good job here on top now. And this has been a tough spot for Ty Kreis of Gothenburg, as he just hasn't been able to match the strength of Wilson and get out from underneath. Zinn now just running him forward. He's got him flat. And somebody's going to get warned for stalling. And, yeah, that's probably a good, well, it's not probably. That's a good call. Wilson gets warned for stalling. 4-0. It hadn't come off the hips. We're at a minute 23. No points awarded, though. And Kreis sits out. He just can't do anything from there. Wilson's been able to dump him. He's going to have to be careful about reaching over the shoulder like that. But he does get the wrist trapped underneath, and now you can see Kreis trying to hand fight under there. But Wilson does a great job of just pressuring forward and keeping his head down. You see Kreis trying to hand fight under there. He's trying to get out from underneath, but Zinn's got control with his left wrist on Kreis's left wrist, and then he's just dumping him to the side. We're under a minute to go here. There, Kreis gets his table set, but he still hasn't owned his own wrist. And now Zinn's got that left hand half in. And he's winding around. We'll see if Kreis has got that right foot blocked out. We're down to about 30 seconds to go. And the pressure just stays with Wilson Zinn as he just keeps the pressure on and doesn't give Kreis a chance to breathe out from underneath. And it's not for lack of trying. He's just not able to get out from underneath there. Now Kreis there gets underneath the arm. He turns his hips and he scores his one. Good job there by Kreis. 4-1 lead, 10 seconds to go. Wilson comes right back in. You got to love that. He's got the lead, and he comes right back in on the shot, gets the double leg, and finishes the match 6-1. You got to love that. He could have just got on his bike and milked the period out. Instead, gets underneath, shoots the double leg, scores the 2 points, wins the match.
So Wilson Zinn gets the win by decision. Broken Bow, another win, this one coming at 113 pounds. So we've got 2 matches left in this duel. We started at 132. We now move to 120. So Gothenburg open at 120 is what we're hearing. So Broken Bow's going to get the 6 points by forfeit at 120. And now we'll get ready to move to 126.
Looks like a Marion McFarland picks up the forfeit for Broken Bow at 120.
126.
So we'll move to 126 pounds. And I think that, of course, at 126, your varsity representative usually would be Cyrus Wells, but I don't think Cyrus is going to come out here at 126. I think they're going to bring out Trey Holbert, right?
Yeah, Trey Holbert's out there, you bet.
So Trey's going to come out, and he's going to represent Broken Bow at 126 here in our final match of this duel between Broken Bow and Gothenburg.
And Trey's wrestled at 120 for most of the year here. He's even been down at 113 at times, so his chance to get some varsity action here, and he's done a good job for Broken Bow stepping in on the mat when they've needed him. And he is wrestling Carson Stevens. So you've got a pair of sophomores here. And with the duel pretty well decided, this is a good matchup for these guys. Mm-hmm. And you can see that Trey Hurlbert has just picked up his takedown, and he's got a 2-0 lead. So a good varsity experience for these two guys. More of a competitive match here. but I'm pretty sure we'll see Cyrus probably in the next duel.
Yeah, I think so. I would guess. That, of course, would be a matchup with Chris Williams of Valentine, which on paper coming into these duels was kind of, well, a match that you would highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. You bet. When you've got guys with state final experience like that. And there, Trey Hurlbert able to get Carson Stevens turned, and Trey picks up the quick fall in 59 seconds. So Trayton Hurlbert of Broken Bow steps in at 126 pounds and wins it by fall. And that concludes the duel, I believe, doesn't it, Brent?
It does, yeah. That was the final match of the duel, so Broken Bow's going to win the duel over Gothenburg. And you know what you saw Holbert do in the final match there, Kirk, goes to really a strength of Broken Bow, and that's depth that we've been talking about. And I know that Coach Schaaf and the rest of his coaching staff will point to that a lot, the depth that we have built this year and how we don't just have one guy but sometimes numerous guys at different weight classes. And you kind of saw an example of it there as Broken Bow closes out with the win by fall at 126 pounds. All right, we're going to get ready now for the final duel of the night. It'll be Broken Bow against the host team, Valentine. We're going to step away for a short timeout. When we come back, we will recap the results of the duel that we just saw between Broken Bow and Gothenburg, and then we'll get you ready for the final duel of the night. You're listening and watching live coverage of high school wrestling on KC&I Radio, also on our live video stream on our Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter pages.
Well, Livestock provide cattle producers a place to buy and sell their livestock. When you're needing to market or purchase, call Drew Gaffney or Justin French at 872-3334. They're proud of their personalized customer service coupled with competitive livestock marketing. Give Drew or Justin a call with your questions at 872-3334. They look forward to making cattle auctions a breeze for you. Good luck to these student athletes from Broken Bow and Burwell Livestock.
Young's DiscountWesternwear.com's January blowout sale is going to be extended through February.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not fake news. It's going to happen.
10% off all products at DiscountWesternwear.com and free shipping to all our Continental USA customers. So men, order Mrs. Sugar Pumpkin Pie Lips. That's something special for Valentine's Day. On what? Doesn't everybody have a nickname for their wife? And get it from the purveyor of all things cowboy, DiscountWesternwear.com.
And again, we want to say a big thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors that you've been hearing on our radio broadcast, and also the sponsors you've been seeing flash across the screen if you're watching on our video stream tonight. Also want to say thanks to Viera Wireless. They have kind of partnered with us this year when it comes to our live video streaming of high school sporting events and also other events that we have covered through KC&I KBBN Radio. Want to say thanks to them. If you're interested in a good cell plan or maybe internet for the home even through cell service, we encourage you to check out Viera Wireless. All right, let's recap the matches that we just saw between Broken Bow and Gothenburg in our second duel of the night. The duel started at 132 pounds, where Skeeter Campbell of Broken Bow won by fall over Austin Chestnut. Trey Gary of Broken Bow won by major decision over Abe Mendez at 138. Connor Wells, winner by major decision over Ty Hotz at 145 pounds. At 152 pounds, Gothenburg's Jamison Smith was able to edge Jack Myers of Broken Bow by a 2-1 decision in one of the really best matches of the duel here tonight. Moving to 160, Zach Gaffney of Broken Bow picks up the win by fall over Brandon Schreiner. At 170 pounds, Riley Baker wins by fall for Gothenburg as he picks up the 6 points for his team, winning by fall over Max Denson at 170. Moving to 182, Caden Powers of Broken Bow won by fall over Jonah Shimon of Gothenburg. 195, Lathan Duda winner by fall over Thomas Wright. At 220, Gothenburg was open there, so Kiefer Anderson of Broken Bow got the 6 points by the forfeit. 285 pounds, Sawyer Bumgarner, a winner by major decision over Ethan Leibick of Gothenburg. At 106 pounds, Chauncey Watson of Broken Bow won by technical fall. Wilson Susel-Zinn of Broken Bow winning by a 6-1 decision over Ty Kreis at 113 pounds. Moving to 120, Gothenburg was open here, so Amarian McFarland of Broken Bow came out, got the win by forfeit at 120. And then in our final match of the duel, Trey Holbert of Broken Bow winning at 126 pounds. He won by fall over Carson Stevens of Gothenburg. So your final score in the duel ends up being Broken Bow 62 and Gothenburg 9. So that means we've got one duel left, and that's Broken Bow and Valentine. We'll have a few JV matches to get us started. They are out on the mat right now, wrestling those off. So as they do that, we'll take another timeout, then we'll come back. We'll continue with more from here in Valentine after these words. You're listening to live coverage of high school wrestling on KCNI Radio.
Has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed, and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. One thing we definitely desire perfection on is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on the road quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Need a snack or dish but don't want to stress about making it? The Grocery Cart Deli has your back. Give us a call at 872-2206. Meat and cheese trays are always a good go-to. Pick up your rack of pork ribs or a famous Chester's fried chicken and chicken strip boxes or meals. Need a cake? We can decorate it how you like. Don't stress about figuring out what dish you whip up. Ask for the help from the GK Deli, 872-2206, inside the Grocery Cart, Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
At Trotter Service, every oil change comes with a multi-point inspection. As a Tire Pro store, they bring customers only the best brands of wheels and tires at the best prices anywhere, and have computer balancing and alignment too. They service semis and provide bulk fuel and propane delivery as well. At Trotter Service, your hometown automotive repair and tire store.
Friendly service every time. Quality is what you'll find where your neighbors and your friends go see Trotter.
The changing seasons are generally welcomed with open arms, but not in our homes. With the help of Mead Lumber, you can keep the chilly air where it belongs. Upgrading your home's insulation not only conserves energy and lowers your heating and cooling costs, it makes for better living with improved air quality, health, and warmth. Work with those who have pride in a highly trained team to help with your building and projects. The crew at Mead Lumber. Also, be sure to visit meadlumber.com soon.
In sports, success is measured in the number of points scored, in games won, and in championships earned. At Shelter Insurance, we measure success in the quality of our products and services, in our community support, and being there when you need us. In fact, 9 out of 10 people surveyed with a claim would recommend Shelter to a friend. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
Whether it's an install, repair, or expansion, when it comes to your lawn looking its best because of a sprinkler system, call A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. Get rid of the time and stress of needing to remember to water. Investing in a sprinkler system saves you money in the long run and ups your home's value too. Sprinklers water consistently and evenly, so you don't have to try to. Have a system but want to cover more of your yard? They can help. Call A to Z Lawn today. 872-5182.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire's Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units, too. Squire's Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Now we come back to Valentine High School as we are getting a little bit closer to the varsity matches of our final duel of the night, as it will be Broken Bow against Valentine in the final duel. Both teams won earlier today in their duels against Gothenburg. Valentine's was pretty tight. Gothenburg picked up some forfeits at the end to make it close. Gothenburg ended up winning at 40-36, and then just a moment ago, Broken Bow picking up the big win in their duel against Gothenburg. They're wrestling off some JV matches as we start things with Broken Bow and Valentine. So as they do that, we're going to step away for just a little bit. We're going to take a little music break, and then we'll come back with our final duel of the night. So just keep it right here. You are listening to live coverage of high school wrestling on KCNI Radio 96.3 FM and KCNI1280.com. And don't forget, we also have our live video stream going as well on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And well, I'm going to hold on here for just a second. I think we still have at least one JV match coming up. We do. So we are going to take a short little music break. We'll get things ready for the varsity matches coming up between Broken Bow and Valentine. Just keep it right here. varsity match is about ready to take place between Broken Bow and Valentine. We'll recap as to what has happened so far in the two earlier duels. Valentine winning over Gothenburg 40-36. And just moments ago, Broken Bow winning over Gothenburg 62-9 was the final in that duel. So we've got one left. It'll be Valentine and Broken Bow. And Kirk, certainly there have been great battles between these two teams on the mat in the last few years. Things obviously going to look a little bit different here this year. Some of Valentine's big guns that we have enjoyed watching over the last couple of years, they've graduated and moved on. A program that's kind of rebuilding in some of those weight divisions that they've been so strong in for the past handful of years. Broken Bow comes in very strong, a very deep team. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out in front of us.
Yeah, and like you said, you've got two teams here. They're kind of at different stages of what they want to be or where they've been, and they have maybe a little different goals. But I still think you're going to have some really good matchups during this duel. But obviously, Broken Bow, with their depth, has got an advantage here because simply of who they're putting out in every weight and the fact that they fill every weight.
Yeah. They are having the face-off. They're introducing the wrestlers, and we will get ready to go here in just a moment. We do want to take a moment and say thanks to Fort County Heating and Air, Brian Hogg and Austin Cox helping us with our broadcast of high school wrestling and high school sports this year, and we want to say thanks to them. You know, it's cold outside, and you want to make sure that that heater is ready to go for the rest of the winter, so contact Fort County Heating and Air, and they will help you out, and we appreciate their support of high school sports on the radio. We'll step away for a short timeout. When we come back, we'll start to wrestle. It's Broken Bow and Valentine, the final duel of the night, coming up after this.
AeroSeed are safe, easy to install, and an economical way to contain your livestock. Choose from a wide range of fencing options, both permanent and portable, and from solar, electric, or battery operated to help you easily control and rotate your grazing areas. If your fencer ever needs repaired, AeroSeed can usually fix it in-house. Stop by AeroSeed in Broken Bow today for all your power fence needs. You've never really had a fencer until you've had a Gallagher fencer.
Are your aches and pains preventing you from doing the things you love? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. We offer complete one-on-one physical therapy for you. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. Team Physical Therapy is known as the best hands in town, and we will help you achieve your goals and keep you moving in 2021. Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111 or check us out on the web at myteampt.com.
All right, we come back to Valentine High School. We get ready to go. And we're going to start off at 138, I believe, in this duel. So we'll see Broken Bow and Valentine dueling each other once again. We've had some great battles in the past. We expect another fun one here tonight. As we get started at 138, just one quick note. We did recognize while they were announcing the wrestlers and having the face-off, Trey Holbert will represent Broken Bow at 126. We were thinking maybe that would be the Cyrus Wells-Chris Williams matchup, but obviously Cyrus not here tonight. Didn't have an opportunity to talk to Coach Schaaf before the duel began, so that's kind of an interesting note, and we'll watch that match coming up later at 126. But we start at 138, Trey Gary and Ashton Lures, and here's Kirk to call it.
And this was definitely one of the matches I thought in this duel that would really be kind of a Donnybrook. Broken Bow's Trey Gary, a two-time state qualifier for the Indians, and Valentine's Ashton Lures qualified last year for the Badgers at 120 pounds. So I thought this would really be a good matchup. And we're into the match, about 50 seconds in, and nobody's scored. Lurs showed in his last match that he was really tough on top there. He works a little slide by, but he hasn't scored it. He hasn't got Trey to the mat. Trey comes around, sits it out, and we go out of bounds. Wrestling takes the wrestlers out of bounds and no score. So nice slide by attempt there by Lurs, but Gary with a nice counter. So under a minute to go here in the first period. 138 pounds. Really a good match to get this duel started off on the right foot. Lurs dropping down, trying to do a little ankle pick. Lurs has been a little more active on his feet. And there's a shot by Gary. He gets in nice and deep, comes up through the legs. Lurs takes a hold of the foot. We'll see if he can create a scramble out of this. Gary's done a great job. His head's high. He's come up on his feet. But Lurs has got that foot. And as long as he's got that foot, if he can keep his head up, Gary's doing a good job here of scrambling, picking up the ankle. Lurs keeping a hold of that foot. He's trying to survive with 10 seconds, and there's the stalemate. So good counter wrestling by Lurs. Really good shot by Gary. 10 seconds to go here. Two quality guys to get this duel started. There, Lurs comes in on a little high crotch. Gary easily steps that. Snap down by Lurs. Shot in there by Gary. Nobody scores. A lot of action, though, in that first period. So Ashton has his choice, and he's going to go to the bottom position. Nobody's on the board yet. Second period, Trey gets bored, and here we go. Lurs pops up to his feet. Gary lifts him, returns him. Nice return by Gary. Lurs sits out on the switch. And we'll see if he doubles across here and gets his 2 points. Nobody scored yet. Gary still signaled as in control. Trey's not going to give this up easy. Still in on the leg. And now he's trying to crowd in on that leg, trying to cut it down. You can see Lurs steps over, gets the foot, and we'll see what happens. There's a reversal. So Lurs gets the 2 points, first points of the match. He's up 2-0. Reversal by Ashton Lurs. Gary flattened out here. Minute 20 to go, second period. Gary's got his hips up. Lurs runs him forward, flattens him out again. Lurs controlling that inside arm. Now it comes out to the side, tries to bring it up. Gary comes up on his base. Lurs looks like he's trying to work a little cheap tilt action there. Now it comes across with the crossface. We'll see what he does with this. Gary's trying to fight this off. We'll see what Lurs' plan is here. Gary shifts his hips. Lurs looks like he'd like to step through that on a Turk, but he's got it down low enough that he can't get through there. Gary's got his hips shifted. Lurs pretty persistent with that crossface, though. 34 seconds to go here in the second period. 2-0 lead for Valentine's Ashton Lurs. Now keep in mind, Trey Gary's going to have his choice third period. There, Gary sits out, but Lurs has that hip in. He's got the leg laced. So Gary's just going to hold his spot here with 15 seconds to go in the second period. Gary trying to control the underneath hand, and that's where we've seen Lurs tough, is on that top position in his first match tonight. We're down under 5, and it looks like we're going to go to that third period. Trey Gary's choice. Trey's trailing 2-0. Now this will be interesting to see if Trey goes neutral. Yep, that's what he does. So here we are. Trey Gary takes a neutral position. He's trailing Valentine's Ashton Lurs 2-0. Third period just underway. Gary was in on a nice double leg shot early. There he comes in on that double again. This time he gets his head out to the side and he cracks it at the knees. We'll see if he could step around. Again, Lurs with that length. He gets down on the leg and he'd like to create a scramble here. He tries to lift, sits it out. Gary's trying to come around back, and we may end up staled here again if Gary can't get that foot out. And he can't, and we do. So a minute 25 to go, third period. Nice shot again by Gary. If he could just get that thing finished up. Lurs, credit him. Good counter wrestling, creating the scramble. 2-0 lead for Valentine's Ashton Lurs. Minute 15 to go here in this match. First match of the duel at 138 pounds. Now Gary's kind of stuck underneath there. We'll see what he does here. Trying to crowd up, trying to get to the leg, and he does. There he comes under with the double. And again, Lurs drops in on that foot. We're under a minute to go. Gary steps up over the foot. Ashton still has Trey's left foot trapped. And the clock just keeps ticking. We're down to 35 seconds to go, and there's your 2-point takedown. Gary with the 2-point takedown. So now Gary's mission, Finish on top. Finish on top. Get it into overtime. Gary's digging in the boots. If he can get a cheap tilt, anything like that. But keep good position. 15 seconds to go. Finish on top. Lurs gets his hips up, tries to roll through, and there Gary comes across with the crossface. He's got to scramble his hips up, and he's going to score back points. I think he got 2-1 counts, and there's your reversal. With 4 seconds to go, Lurs comes out of the position. You got locked hands, but that's not going to be enough. It's 4-3. Lurs comes out from underneath. It's a 4-3 final score. Ashton Lurs of Valentine scores right at the end. In a good match. Gary just not quite able to get that takedown finished up early on in the match. But we'll see these two guys wrestle again at the conference. And that ought to be, I knew that'd be a fun match, and it'll be a fun one again.
Man, what a match to get the duel started. My gracious. And you have Gary and Coach Schaaf visiting with the official a little bit, I think to make sure that the points were awarded correctly. So he is going over and visiting with the scorer's table, and I think that's the way it's going to remain, 4-3 in favor of Lurs, as he will pick up the win by the 1-point decision.
Well, and what they were looking at was the near fall situation when Gary came across with the crossface, and he got a 1 count, and then I think he started on another count, but Lurs came out of that situation, and that's where the reversal came. No back points awarded, and a tough situation. Good call if you're sitting there watching it. You don't have to like it, but that doesn't mean it's a bad call. And what a great match.
So that'll move us to 145 pounds now, as Connor Wells comes out for Broken Bow, matched up with Cameron Jordan, the junior from Valentine.
Connor Wells shown that he doesn't mind wrestling on his feet in that first match. And you can see these two guys haven't tied up, and there Connor just takes a low shot down below the knee. Oh, but he doesn't finish it, and he doesn't score it. You can see him shake his head, a little disgusted with himself. But what a nice shot, though. Got down on that ankle. Connor comes in. There he goes. Same shot. Down on it. Now he's just got to finish it. We'll see if he can get across and get that other leg. Comes on up, drives across, scores. And from those two shots, if you're Connor Wells, you got to like the way that feels, because by the way those two shots looked, it looks like he could hit that shot about any time he needs to. Now things can change, but it's nice to know early in a match that you were able to get in on that shot twice, even though you only scored it once, so it's always going to be there. So we're at 1:04 here in the first period. Wells with that 2-0 lead. Connor, the sophomore for Broken Bow. Big brother Cyrus not here tonight. There, Connor just cuts Jordan loose, gives him the 1. So with the 48 seconds remaining, Connor's job, get his takedown going again. We'll see if he goes with that same shot. There he came from a little different angle that time, but came back into that shot again. 30 seconds to go. There, I like that about Wells. He put himself right back in the middle of the mat, got away from the edge, so he's got plenty of room to operate here. Jordan in that square stance, and there's that same shot again. As I said before, that's right now, Cam Jordan hasn't shown any signs of being able to defense that shot. So you've got a 4-1 lead. Connor Wells, a Broken Bow with the lead. Gets the turn. And now we'll have to check and see when the time ran out, see if there's any back points awarded here, and that's what Mr. Denke's doing. He's checking with his timekeeper, checking to see, and they're just simply asking how much time was there when he got the turn. So no back points. He's saying that he didn't get the turn. And you don't hear anybody barking from the sidelines or anything. So with a 4-1 score, goes on into that second period. Connor Wells' choice. Connor's going to go down. Wells pops up to his feet. Standing switch right along the edge. And he scores the 2 reversal. So right now it's been all Connor Wells in this match. We're 12 seconds into the second period. Connor has a 6-1 lead over Cameron Jordan of Valentine. Connor's got boots dug in. He's got a left-hand half in. We'll see if he steps off. Here he comes. Takes his time. He's going to look for the fall here, right along the edge of the mat. Got over 1:20 to go here, and this looks like it could be the end of it right here. Connor Wells trying to settle down. Cameron Jordan. Wells now switches off. Jordan trying to come on through. Wells switches off. Pressuring down, same pinning situation. So there's 3 points that have been earned. They haven't been awarded, but Wells is looking for the fall. And things just keep getting tighter and tighter, and you've got about 55 seconds to go, which if you're Cameron Jordan, is an eternity. And there it is, the fall. With 52 seconds remaining in the second period, Connor Wells gets the fall over Cameron Jordan of Valentine.
So after 2 matches, that'll put Broken Bow in front in the dual score as Wells gets the 6 points, winning by fall. That'll make your score in the duel Broken Bow 6 and Valentine 3, as we now move up to 152 pounds.
And I think this could be kind of an interesting match. Jack Myers of Broken Bow, Wenig of Valentine. I got a feeling this could be a good match here. Now Myers lost to the Gothenburg wrestler Smith I may have the name wrong there, but he lost to the 52-pounder. Yeah, no. Jamison Smith.
He won. Wenig got the fall right at the end of the match.
But Jack lost to Smith.
Lost to, I'm sorry.
By 1 point.
I misunderstood, Kirk.
Right.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Wenig and Smith's match.
Well, I wasn't too clear there. So these two guys wrestled Smith very similar, even though Wenig got the win. And Jack just doesn't ever panic in situations, and he's in good position most of the time. And you can see he's in here on this leg. Nothing real flashy, but he keeps good position, keeps him in matches. I just thought this would be a good match. We'll see if Jack's able to finish it. If he can cover the laces there. There he does, cover the laces, elevate the leg, come on around, move your feet, move your feet. No, I'm not really calling the match. I'm kind of coaching the match, sorry. Drive across here, score is 2. Wenig's doing a good job here, creating the scramble, not giving up the points. And we're going to run out of, we're going to call stalemate. If not stale, we were just about out of territory. So no score, 36 seconds to go in the first period. Wrestlers back to the neutral. You can see Jack with that tie-up. Wenig with nice change of levels there, comes in on the single. We'll see if he can come on around here and finish this. But you see Jack's trying to slide his hips up. There's 15 seconds to go. Jack needs to block off that inside arm, not let that cut across his waist. And right now he's doing a good job. He's got his knee up there, blocking on his elbow. He's trying to get his hips up. Don't let him cut across. There, Wenig hops over this situation. And that's the end of the period. Good job by Myers there to survive that and not give up the points. So Valentine's choice, and Caden Wenig, he's going to go down. So the sophomore from Valentine is in the bottom position, and the sophomore from Broken Bow mounts up. No score. Jack trying to control that inside. Trying to control the arm. Wenig, good job of getting up, getting some hand control, putting it on his hip and turning out. So the escape is a 1-point lead for Caden Wenig of Valentine. There, another nice shot by Winnig. He comes around this time. Doesn't get to the leg, but he comes on around, keeps his feet moving, and runs out of territory. 1-0 lead for Caden Winnig of Valentine. Winnig's been the more active guy on his feet, taking the shots, just hasn't been able to quite get things finished up. Myers with that right-hand collar tie. Second period action here. Fireman's carry here by Winnig. We'll see if he can pop his head and finish this, and he does. Gets the takedown and puts Myers to his back. So it's a 3-0 lead. Now Winnig looking for the fall here. Coming off that fireman's nice job by Winnig on the shot. Now Jack's got a lot of time here as there's 50 seconds to go in the second period. Right in the middle of the mat. Myers trying to survive this, but it is getting tight. Myers doing the right thing, trying to get his hip to hip, trying to get the leg hooked, but can't do it. And the fall for Caden Winnig of Valentine. Winner by fall at 152 pounds. Valentine's Caden Winnig.
So Winnig gets the bonus points with the fall, and so back and forth we go through 3 matches as Ashton Lures won by a 4-3 decision in a thrilling match against Trey Gary to put Valentine in front 3-0, and then Connor Wells came out, got the win by fall at 145 for Broken Bow to put Bow up 6-3. But now Valentine comes back, gets 6 points, and they go back in front in the duel as we now move to 160 pounds.
And this is Broken Bow's Zach Gaffney out on the mat. I believe his opponent here should be Drake Jansen. Jansen, the pretty tough customer here, the junior with 13-5 record. Gaffney, a sophomore, 15-8. See Jansen scores the takedown here. Gets Gaffney's head down, comes around, scores it. Sees Gaffney sitting out along the edge there. Wrestler's out of bounds. So Zach comes back in. He'll go to the bottom position. Gets himself set. Here comes Drake. We're underway. 30 seconds into the match. 2-0 lead for Drake Jansen. Now Jansen gets that left leg threaded in there. Looks like he'd like to spur the right leg in. Can't get it in, and Gaffney's trying to bring you up over the top. But Jansen won't have anything to do with that. Cracks the hips down. Now Jansen's got the left leg in. He's got Gaffney flattened out right in the middle of the match. There comes the crossface. Trying to reach underneath, thread, short thread on the near side. Gets that wing in, and he gets Gaffney turned. And this is a tough matchup for Zach. Drake Jansen, a good wrestler, brings some seasoning to the table, and right now it's showing. Jansen parallel with Gaffney. Gaffney able to roll out from underneath. Gets off his back, but there's the 3-point award to Drake Jansen. Jansen goes right back to work on top. Pretty relentless in that top position. 5-0 lead for Jansen in the first period here, 20 seconds to go. Jansen turns Gaffney again. Zach working to stay off his back. We'll see if he's able to survive this one. Gaffney trying to get that arm fought underneath. 10 seconds to go. Things are getting pretty tight. We're down to 5 seconds. Gaffney, good job by Zach. Good guts there to get off his back. But the score is 8-0 in favor of Drake Jansen. Jansen in dominating first period has an 8-0 lead. So Zach defers. Choice goes to Jansen, and Drake will go to the bottom position with his 8-0 lead. Zach's aboard, and here we go. Little Granby roll there. Jansen comes out of that, gets his 2-point reversal. Gaffney scrambling now to stay off of his back, but Jansen goes right back to it. And right now, you can just kind of see some of the experience of Drake Jansen paying off here. Drake's got Zach on his back again. He's got the legs coming. And there's the fall. So with 1:34 remaining in the second period, your winner by fall, Valentine's Drake Jansen.
So that'll be 6 more points added to the dual score for Valentine as they increase their lead a little bit. As we went through 4 matches now, moving up to 170 pounds. So 15-6 now is your dual score in favor of Valentine as we move to 170.
And 170 for Broken Bow. Blake Denson out on the mat. Max Denson, excuse me. Blake's probably wondering where you call my name. I've been shooting 3-pointers.
I was going to say, Blake's probably on the court right now in Kearney.
Yeah, right. So the takedown goes to Tag Buchel of Valentine, the junior, with the takedown of Max Denson. Well, we've always said wrestling is kind of a family affair, and I guess I've kind of made it that way because I've called the whole family tree in a couple matches.
Yeah, right.
Well, we're 40 seconds here into the first period. Tag Buchel of Valentine in that top position with his takedown. Denson's got his hips up. Buchel's got control of that wrist underneath. Now goes with the crossface along the edge. Trying to run the head, and good job there by Max as he gets his hips up, and we're out of bounds. So just 56 seconds remaining here in the first period. Max Denson in the bottom position, looking to get on the board with an escape or a reversal. Tag Buchel aboard, and here we go. Denson tries to come up. Buchel counters it. He's got a spike. He's got the wrist trapped in the near. Max flattened out again. Buchel there hips him forward, works on that inside arm. Max keeps getting those hips up, but you can see Buchel now. Buchel's got the arm barred, brings it back around, but Max pressures in, and we'll see if he's able to score here. He's come up on the head, but he hasn't given up any. Buchel hasn't given up any reversal. And now Max should have at least one here. There it is. So good action along the edge. Good job by Max Denson. As he gets his 1-point escape, it's 2-1. 14 seconds to go here in the first period. Snap down there by Buchel. Denson needs to move his feet here. Don't stay there. And here comes Buchel around to catch the leg. 5 seconds to go. Max can square up here. Square up. And he's able to survive that. It's 2-1 now. 2-1 going into the second period. Tag Buchel of Valentine. Buchel's choice. He'll go down. So Max Denson in the top position here at 170 pounds. Max trying to chop in that near arm. He's got the wrist controlled underneath there. Now he's got Buchel flattened out. We'll see what he tries to go to work here. Buchel with the hands out wide, elbows in tight. Able to force back, got his hips up. Max tries to bring, and able to, flatten him back out. Traps the arm underneath. Oh, he's got a little barbed wire action here. We'll see what happens. Comes off the crossface. Now works on that arm, near arm. Buchel trying to get some hand control underneath. He gets his hips up. Buchel able to get himself up now, trying to post the foot out. But Max Denson does a nice job of sagging his hips back down to the mat. And he flattens Buchel back out on his stomach. Buchel again back up to his table. 1:05 to go, second period. 2-1 lead for Buchel over Max Denson here. Now Denson's got a little wing action, trying to work a bar, and he's trying to run that. To get another bite taken here. He's trying to get a turn. He wants to keep this wrist trapped underneath. Doesn't want to lose the arm underneath, or Buchel set up. Good job by Max to get scrambled back there. Things were starting to get a little loose. Good job by Max up on top, though. He's got the wing in. Now Buchel sits out. Max trying to work a snap back. He can wind his feet towards the head, shrug the head. There he goes. He's scoring points. He gets Buchel turned. Now we'll see if Max can get a pin here. 20 seconds to go in the second period. Denson needs to get his head up on top. Meets the pressure of Buchel in. He's doing a good job. Buchel comes in again, and now Denson comes up and attacks ahead with 7 seconds. We'll see if Max Denson, there's the fall with 4 seconds remaining in the second period. A good job by Max Denson as he just adjusts, and finally gets the fall.
So a big win for the Broken Bow freshman Max Denson. He also gets the bonus points with the fall, so there's 6 to add to Broken Bow's dual score. And so now your score in the duel would be Valentine 15 and Broken Bow 12 after Denson wins the match by fall. And that'll take us now to 182 pounds.
182 pounders out on the mat. Caden Powers, Broken Bow. And as I said earlier in the evening, it's just great to see Caden out on the mat with the injury problems he's had the last year or two. Oh, and he just powers over the Valentine wrestler, puts him on his back, and Caden Powers right now looks like he's going to work on getting his own fall. Shrunk in all kinds of trouble for Valentine. A lot of time here. We're only 30 seconds into the match, and Caden Powers is putting the squeeze here. And there it is. Caden Powers, a Broken Bow, with a fall in 35 seconds of the first period. Broken Bow's Caden Powers, your winner.
So Broken Bow gets the win by fall at 170 with Max Denson, and now with the win by fall by Caden Powers at 182, Broken Bow jumps back in front in the duel 18-15 as Lathan Duda comes out for Broken Bow at 195.
And Lathan Duda, he's just a strong opponent for any wrestler. I mean, undefeated state champ last year in the state finals the year before, a 3-time state medalist, and there, a really nice takedown. Good fluid motion by a guy that's wrestling 195 pounds. And right now, Duda is just kind of showing some of his skills. He's got the takedown. And sometimes you're just outmanned, and right now Logan Whitty of Valentine is outmanned. And Lathan comes across. That working on the fall here. We're right at a minute mark. Duda's just settling him down, and Logan Whitty trying to fight it, but Duda just too much here. So good job by Lathan Duda. Comes out, takes care of business. That's what I like to see. Just a quality wrestler, obviously, and just comes out and takes care of business, gets the win for Broken Bow.
So Lathan Duda goes 2-0 in the duel, winning by fall in his match against Gothenburg in that duel earlier, and now getting the win by fall here at 195 pounds in the duel against Valentine. So that brings us up to 220, and this will be the first time I think we've seen Kiefer Anderson tonight. He has won by forfeit earlier tonight in the duel against Gothenburg as they were open at that weight. But Kiefer on the mat now, and we call the action now at 220 pounds.
And as Brent said, Kiefer Anderson, he is wrestling Valentine's Lee Major. Lee, a sophomore, with a 10-13 record. Anderson coming out aggressively, which if you've watched Kiefer wrestle, that's just the way he gets after things. Aggressive, physical, and he scores his 2 points there, takes a 2-0 lead. Kiefer, a junior, 18-6. Been wrestling varsity since he was a freshman, and I'm sure guys from other towns kind of wonder, when is this guy going to graduate? And then he's just a junior. So Kiefer doing a good job here along the edge. He's got things threaded up. We'll see if he can get the elevation. Nope, loses the arm, but he keeps the pressure on, powers it over, and knows exactly where he's at on the edge of the mat. He brings Major back into the circle, knowing where he's at. Good mat awareness there. And now just settling down for the fall. 46 seconds remaining in the first period. Kiefer's keeping that pretty tight, but really impressive just knowing where he was so that he's able to secure the fall there and not run out of territory. So 1:23 into the bout. Your winner by fall, Broken Bow's Kiefer Anderson.
And that'll make it the fourth match in a row in this duel that Broken Bow has won by fall. So now Broken Bow kind of distancing themselves a little bit in the duel score as they now lead Valentine 30-15. We'll move now to 285 pounds as Sawyer Bumgarner will pick up the 6 points by forfeit as Valentine is open there at 285. And I think that'll be the same situation at 106 as Chauncey Watson will get the forfeit at 106 for Broken Bow. Valentine open there. And now we'll move to 113 pounds as Wilson Zinn will come out. And Wilson will come out and get his hand raised. He'll win by forfeit as Valentine is open at 113. And now we get ready to move to 120 pounds. And this will be another win by forfeit as McFarland will come out and get the win for Broken Bow at 120. Valentine open there. And now as we go to 126 pounds, we'll see Valentine send out Chris Williams. And Chris will be matched up with Trey Holbert, who moves up to the varsity level. Trey got a great win in the duel against Gothenburg at 126, but boy, this is a different customer, Kirk, with Chris Williams out on the mat.
Yeah, this is, well, it's the same situation that we had with Lathan. I mean, sometimes you're just overmatched, and no harm in that.
But you know what? Even being out on the mat with athletes and wrestlers like this, just being on the mat can make you better, can it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And, stepping out there and kind of seeing what a guy at this level can do, especially for a young kid, you want to emulate that. You want to be like that guy. You may not be like that right now, but that doesn't mean the way it is today, the way it's always going to be. So, yeah, coming out and competing, that's the name of the game. And right now, not a pleasant experience, but, in the long run, it'll pay off. And you see Williams, he's already up on the scoreboard 8-3 here. But you're talking about two guys that are in their wrestling journey at two different places. It's just the way it is. And Trayton's he's like I said, stepped in and wrestled in several different weight classes for Broken Bow this year, and he's done a good job for the Indians. He's got 9 wins on his varsity record here, and nice little drag there by Williams. You can see that he's showing off some of his skills here on his feet. It's just sometimes you run into these things, and Williams is just going about his business. That's what I like about good kids, when they just go about their business and get after things. And credit Trayton. He's done a good job representing Broken Bow here. So we go to the second period. It's a 15-5 score. Williams is going to take that bottom position here. Williams up to his feet, gets his 1 point, quickly right back in on things, and then attacks the head. And like I said before, I mean, you could see good kids, they get right after things. They don't give you a chance to catch your breath, and that's all he's doing here. And maybe in a year or so, Trayton will be able to do those kind of things himself. You have an 18-5 score, so I was going to say, this is either going to end in a fall or a tech fall. And you see good sportsmanship there by Williams, helping Earl Bird up. Technical fall, winner by fall, Chris Williams of Valentine.
So with the win by fall for Williams, that'll make your score in the duel, Broken Bow 54 and Valentine 21. As we now go to our final match of the night, it'll happen at 132 pounds. And once again, to call it, here's Kirk.
And this should be Skylar Campbell, a Broken Bow. And he's wrestling Cody Miller. Miller, a junior for Valentine, 9-5. Campbell, the senior for Broken Bow. He's 15-8. So these guys, when you just look at their numbers, look like they're pretty evenly matched. Could be a good match here to finish up this duel. Nice shot there. Little swing single down by Skylar. Skeeter picks that leg up. Good sweep. We'll see if he could score it here. You could see that Cody Miller's not going to give this up easy. He's got the whizzer in. Now he's trying to come in on the ankle, trying to create a scramble, but Campbell won't have anything to do with that, and he gets his 2. So Skylar Campbell, a Broken Bow, with the early 2-0 lead, 40 seconds into the bout. Little roll through on the shoulders by Miller, and Campbell just bails out of that situation. Miller looks like he'd kind of like to create some scrambles here. Campbell just not going to be a part of that. So it's 2-1. Escape by Miller. Takedown by Campbell. 50 seconds to go in the first period. Little snap down there by Miller. Campbell comes back out. Skeeter Campbell's a stout-built kid. Now he's got that underhook going here on the right side. And he tries to pass around, drags the arm down, and he's going to be out of bounds. Wow, nice move, just ran out of real estate. Wow, nice job by Skylar there. Well, Skeeter came around, moved his feet, really nice job, just ran out of mat space. So, 30 seconds to go, 2-1. Skeeter Campbell, a Broken Bow with the lead. Covers the head, got that left hand underhook. Cody Miller breaks apart. 15 seconds to go, first period. Miller down on his knees, tries to come underneath. Campbell counters that. Now we'll see if Campbell can move his feet and come around, trying to drag through there. He can run around the corner and score him, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that. Miller comes up to his feet, and that's the end of the first period. 2-1 score. Skeeter Campbell, a Broken Bow, with the lead over Valentine's Cody Miller. Campbell's choice. Skeeter takes down. Here comes Cody. He's aboard, and here we go. Campbell quickly sits out, comes up to his feet. Good movement, good action. Gets his 1. Miller tries to follow it up with a shot along the edge. Nobody scores there. So we'll come back to a neutral position and a 3-1 lead for Skeeter Campbell. So the wrestlers come back in, get on the block, and here we go. 6 seconds into the second period. Miller working a little 2-on-1 action here, trying to slow the action down. See how he uses that. Miller right now taking a little ground. Now wrestlers break apart here. 35 seconds here into the second period. Nice shot there by Miller, but Skeeter just steps over the situation, gets his 2, and he puts Miller right to his back. And now Skeeter Campbell's going to secure the fall. Wow. Things turned in a hurry there. Skeeter Campbell, a Broken Bow. Nice job of feeling where he was on the mat, stepped over the situation, and got the fall.
So Skeeter Campbell wins by fall over Cody Miller to end the duel, and that's going to make your final score in the duel. Broken Bow 60 and Valentine 21. All right, let's just go back now and recap the matches that happened in this duel. In case you joined us late, we'll start at 138, which is where the duel started. Ashton Lures and Trey Gary may be in the match of certainly the duel and maybe one of the matches